let's just dive right into it. It's been a little bit. I think it's been about 2 weeks since our last pack session. So you can either, would you like to give a recap on where we left off with the two of you?
Okay. Basically, we infiltrated into the fort, the castle-y thing, and they are low on water, and they are
Yeah.
surrounded. They're in a siege.
Yes,
And we sent
indeed.
Peach out to go get people to help break through
Mhm.
the siege.
Yep.
And we
Lars
don't know when she'll be back. We
Allows
talked to
Maximus to stay
Lars.
outside.
We talked to Lars and Maximus, and I don't remember what I told them.
You basically just told them to stay in the woods.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So
we need to get water.
Yes, you do need to get water. Also, I know what happens. Renesmee is done. Lars and Maximus are both done. We're all cut up in that regard. So all that's left is to see how you guys hold on. Basically, since the party split up in such a wacky way, the entire plan hinges around you guys surviving. If you don't, that'll be real awkward. So hopefully you do. They're gonna show up to a fort with like 50 Marines and be like, oh, they're dead. So hopefully that doesn't happen. Yeah, let's talk a little bit more about this circumstance. So I extended the map a little bit, the siege map, so that we could actually see the river. I thought it'd be helpful. Those birds are actually in those trees. So they are well within arrow range. It's just, so far, orders have been not to waste arrows. So yeah, this is the sort of situation we find ourselves with. It's not that far to the water if you measure that. I think it's almost exactly 100 feet. Yep, there we go. So it's not that far. Yeah, let's just summarize where we're at. So it is the 9th of February. You guys have 4 days of water as it currently stands. That was from Peach using every single spell slot she had on create food and water. That is with every person consuming 1 gallon of water, which is more than enough to maintain someone as long as they're not doing anything crazy, which you shouldn't be. However, if you want to do anything like a breakout or you want to do instant fighting or anything like that, you're likely going to need more water / burn through the existing water you can a bit quicker.
There's ravens in these trees.
Yes, there are.
I'd like to establish like a few things.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely.
So the first thing is you said it was foggy.
Yes. Right now the level of fog is half a mile is where you can't see past that. So for you guys, for the context of this siege, it's not going to be really much of a problem. Half a mile is quite far. It's about 2,500 feet.
Yes, but it's dense fog, right?
Yes, you guys can't see further than half a mile.
Yes. So what I'm asking is, does the I guess this fort happen to have any amount of like tarp?
Any
like
amount of what?
specifically like tarp, like
Tarp.
water resistant. Tent stuff.
I don't think so.
Waxed cloth.
If you were in an official like Legion outpost, absolutely they would, because they're on the move constantly. However, this garrison is made up of locals that have been sort of pressed into service. So I don't think, maybe one of them does, maybe the Quaestor probably has one for him and his family, but what's the plan to do with that?
I was wondering if, since it's really like, so when there's a lot of fog, there's really high like moisture in the air.
Absolutely,
I was wondering if we could use tarps to condensate some water.
Yeah, absolutely. The humidity is probably around 90 to 100% to be this foggy all the time. So if you set up some sort of condensation device, like a round tarp with a bucket at the bottom, you can collect some moisture, probably enough water for like one person a day.
Because, not a lot.
Yeah, because what you have right now in this fort, there's more people in this fort than just the tokens, but you have 41 soldiers that have been pressed into service, locals of the island. 1 Optio, which is Optio Constantine, he's like the only actual soldier. Then you have the Quaestor, and then the Quaestor's family. So all told, you have 46 people, other than yourselves, 48 if you include yourselves, they have to feed and give water to. You don't even know how long Renesmee will be gone. She didn't give an estimate, so... Yeah.
How long did it... we
kind
of estimated how long it would take her to get to the land,
Yeah,
right?
so if it took her about a day to swim there. And a little bit less than a day, but basically a day's travel to get there. And then assuming she's very fast, it'll be 3 days round trip. But that's assuming like she goes there, spends 0 time resting, and just like immediately starts traveling backwards towards you.
Well, it doesn't necessarily matter how she travels. Like, if she can get the people, that's what we're...
Sure, so that would
that's what we
assume
want, right?
3 days, yeah. And if they're teleporting over, it could be a day, really.
Well, if they're teleporting.
If they're
that seems
teleporting, yeah.
unlikely.
It could be 1 day.
Seems unlikely they have the resources, and I don't think... is that teleporting circle arranged in here? I assume
No,
not.
certainly not. They'd have to use the normal teleportation spell.
Which is, you know,
8
not that many
people.
people, right? Yeah.
Additionally, teleport is going to be... They'll probably have someone who can cast it. It's a 7th level spell, so you need 14th to 13th level spellcasters, which are relatively rare.
Yeah. And sending them in with like a few people into this situation seems dangerous.
Yeah. As for the besieging army, it's worth talking about those. The day Renesmee left, additional besiegers arrived. Among them, there is around 16 human cultists. Very obviously human. They wear masks, but their bodies are humanoid in shape. They wear robes. You can't tell any features about them, but they're very clearly human. Then there are those crow abominations, the ogre-like crow creatures. And then there are around 80 to 90 of the Zednians around the fort. Also, a functionally endless number of raven swarms. So far, soldiers have taken occasional pot shots at them, but it was ordered for them to save their arrows because for every crow you killed, a new one arrived. So we're going to pick up basically right after Renesmee left. This is about noon on the 9th of February. And there are 2 problems to overcome. But just to start with is water. We have 4 days of water.
4 days is hopefully that's I wouldn't say sufficient, but
Yeah.
that's a start.
Who's the
Yeah.
guy in charge?
This,
The
like,
consul militant?
there is the... Well, technically in charge of all of this is the Vice Admiral, but in charge of this fort, there is the Optio and the Quaestor. They're kind of like equal in rank. The Quaestor is the political leader of the island, and then the Optio is the military leader of the fort.
You said the Quaestor's family lives here.
Yes.
Well, how many people does that entail?
Luckily,
It's
a
his
wife and
I
2
believe?
kids, so not too bad.
2 kids. How old are they?
Young children, below 10.
Okay.
So, you guys are in the Quaestor's office.
How did they get the amount of water? How did you guys get the amount of water you
Peach
have
did
now?
create food and water with
Oh,
every single spell
that's how we
slot
have
she
4
had.
days worth.
Yeah.
Okay.
Before that, you had less than 1. So you guys are in the Quaestor's office in the bottom left of this fort. And he is looking at lists of supplies, arrows. They mentioned that they had... they were going to have cannons shipped here. The cannons never got here, but the cannonballs did. So they have those. They have explosive gunpowder. They have scorpion bolts. And the Optio is in the middle of explaining, and he says, "Well, let's say the water situation is dealt with. What stops them from simply assaulting the fort? With ravens raining down on the walls, how can we stop them?" And the Quaestor shrugs and just sort of looks at the 2 of you.
Why haven't they started doing that already? How many days has it been?
Well, they've been outside for about 3 days now, but their reinforcements just arrived earlier today. It could be what they were waiting for.
Is there any cattle? I assume not.
We have a
Any
couple of
animals
goats that we brought in from Varusio when the sacking began. We were going to eat them.
Do they
Do we
give
know
milk?
what they?
They
Well,
don't
I'm
give
assuming
milk, no.
we have no idea what they want, besides to kill all of you.
Well, Judge, I suppose you could go out and ask them, and the Quaestor sort of... the Quaestor sort of looks at the Optio with a bit of a judgmental expression and says, "The Judge was asking a fair question. Perhaps we can negotiate with these, what did you call them? Zednians?
The Zednians, yes.
Sure. I think it's unlikely that they'll be very amenable, but there's always we might want to ask, just in case. No. Matter of water worries me. I assume your men have been digging for some sort of, digging up a well takes a while, but just establishing some amount of groundwater.
The Optio shakes his head. It'd take too long to dig any sort of well. We'd need proper supplies. We'd need screw pumps. We'd need, well, anything really. All we have is the gear that we had when we fled Varusi up into the fort, and what was here already. We don't even have shovels.
Not even shovels. That's. Do we have at least have we have buckets, right?
Of course, we got. I think all told, we have 12 wood, 2 metal.
It's good.
We got some kitchen pots as well, used by the Quaester's wife. Should be enough to hold a couple gallons.
Bit of, yeah.
That's assuming
And
it
I
rains,
assume
though.
the men have water skins.
No, we hadn't issued them those yet.
Well, that's a big problem. How big are these buckets we're speaking of?
He'll walk outside and yell out the name of one of the locals, and the Opto will return back in holding a wooden bucket. It's about a 2-gallon bucket, pretty standard.
Right, let me just check what 2 liquid gallon?
Yeah, 2 liquid gallons.
2 liquid gallon, 2 liters.
I think it'd be about 3, would be my guess. That's what my gut instinct said. 2 gallons.
It's about 7.5 US
Sheesh,
liquid
liters
gallons.
are way smaller than I thought they were.
Yes, they are.
So yeah, 7 liters. That would mean that each person needs, if we go to liters, each person needs about 3.7 liters a day of water to survive.
That's a bit excessive.
What's a healthy amount of water consumption?
No, I'm pretty sure. Like, how many liters? I think a human needs like 2.5 per day, right?
Everything that I said you need a gallon of water a day to keep a person healthy. Food is obviously different. You can go with massive calorie deficits.
Oh, what the hell?
long periods.
3.7 liters.
Yeah, humans need a lot of water.
That guy's looking at it the last time he drank water. Like,
He's doing the math. He's like, wait, I haven't been having that much water every day.
Yeah, well, that's what I actually thought. I was like,
yeah,
I've been
I
drinking
think for
2.5,
most
and I was
Western
fine.
humans, you can probably have like way less than that. But when you're active, like doing stuff, you need a lot more. And even if you're not even doing like exercise, literally just like walking around and existing in nature.
Yeah, actively playing D&D is very exhausting.
When you do,
but they also, he also said, like, let's say the water problem's sorted. What's stopping them from like just rushing us right now?
Yeah, the Optio seems concerned about that. The Quaester doesn't seem to have an opinion.
How many? Well, I think we should be talking to the Optio because he's the military guy here. How many points of entrance are there for this fort? I assume it's one gate.
Yes, there's no sally ports. There's only the main gate.
No.
There's no portcullis
tunnels
though.
or-
It's just a wooden
Just a
drawbridge.
Have you seen what the humans or the larger mongrels do?
Let's call them
Have you
brutes.
seen any?
I don't.
Big brutes.
What are you asking?
Have you seen them do anything? We've fought the smaller the Zednians before, but these
no.
brutes, we're not aware of anything about them.
Well, I left a garrison of 4 men behind in Varusia. I told them that they could surrender, but we needed something to distract the oncoming tide as we were fleeing up to the fortress. I never saw them again, but we heard noises through the fog. My guess is that those brutes are what killed them, but no, I haven't seen them bite. All I know is I don't think they can fly. Look much too heavy for those little wings of theirs.
Have you seen there's a few that seem to be spellcasters amongst them. Have you seen them do anything?
No, those were part of the group that arrived earlier today. The good thing is, though, we got arrows for them if they attack. It's the one thing we actually have in abundance.
Yes, I see.
3,500 arrows, 120 scorpion bolts.
That's amazing. How are the men doing on just weapons? Arrows seem to be...
They're doing mostly fine. The problem isn't really the gear that the men have. Their armor is sufficient, their weapons are sufficient. It's their morale, and yes, their experience. Half of them don't even know how to fire the bows they've been given. None of them have been trained on the scorpions they're using, and all of them are from the city of Varusia, and now their wives and children and sisters and brothers are under the control of whatever the hell you want to call that group outside.
Yes. Victor, you meant, did they use longbows or shortbows?
Short bows. Easier to teach them.
Yes. we have an abundance of arrows, so I could schedule daily drills for morale and exercise using arrows to show them.
You
Potentially
got some targets in
making
the
them a
main
bit more useful.
courtyard that you could use, or you
Yes.
could also use those ravens in the trees outside.
Yeah. I think I could organize something with the men that could hopefully maybe it could raise their morale as well as their expertise.
You said magic. He points towards Zenius. You said they have spellcasters? I don't know anything about that. How do we prepare for it?
Well, I'm not sure what kind of... They've got these magic rods. I'm not sure exactly what they do. As far as casting spells, I'm also not sure. I mean, I would target them first if they start closing in on us, just because they probably are the more dangerous.
All right, then.
How much do you trust your men?
It's just you four in the office, so he thinks for a moment. I'd say that if their families were threatened, nearly all of them would desert.
I understand.
The only reason that I think any of them are in the fort with us at the moment is because there's monsters out there. When faced with surrendering to monsters or holding a fort, I think it's understandable why they've chosen to defend. But if the monsters start to negotiate or their families are threatened...
Are there enemies like to the left here, to the west, across the river? Or is it free reign?
No, the river is quite wide. Even if there was, it wouldn't quite really matter. The river's almost a quarter of a mile wide, which is like 1,500 feet.
Incredibly wide. Yeah. If we're like talking in this direction, where do the enemies start? Like
on the west, they're actually not there, because that's the end that approaches. That's the end of the fort that's to the river. You guys are on a river's edge, so to the south, about 500 feet away, the sort of siege line, as it were, starts. To the east, it's about 500 feet. To the north, it's about 450 feet, a little bit closer. To the west, though, it's just river.
Right. And I see that there is ravens that are... is this an accurate amount of a number of ravens, or is there like a fuck ton more of them?
Each one's a swarm, so that's about 7 or 8 per tree. But yeah, that's about an accurate number.
Okay.
Yeah, you'll notice in the north top right there's some as well. They're like within, talking radius of the wall in some areas.
That's dangerous.
Yeah.
Are we being watched by ravens right now in this room?
You look around, and luckily there are no windows in this room. There's just the 2 doors, which are both closed.
Okay.
Well, and the stairwell downstairs, but that's closed as well. Or there's it's empty, not closed.
So I'll say like a bit like quietly, I say, you probably shouldn't talk near to the ravens. We can assume that they're working with the enemy as informants, controlled by some kind of spellcaster or something of the like.
Well, if you think that's the case, we could allow my men to shoot at them again. It's just going to start burning through our arrow supply.
Only have the experienced men do it, the ones that know how to handle a bow. But,
are you sure that's wise?
And focus.
I think that they've got like an endless amount of ravens. They'll just replace them, right?
Okay. Maybe I'm thinking we could make a run for the river.
Well, the problem with the river is it's 1,000 feet wide.
No, when I say a run for the river, I mean for water.
I'm more worried about us getting invaded than the water at this moment. We've got 4 days to think on water. We might not have 4 days before they invade us.
In the event of an attack, our greatest strength is our weapons at range. Arrows, scorpions. If they get into melee fighting with my men, assuming my soldiers don't surrender, they're not very good at fighting close to hand. I'm the only one that's even received close weapons training, and I didn't really have time to drill them in anything beyond basic formations.
What's the effective range of a scorpion?
About 300 feet. Any further in, we'd be wasting bolts.
Alright.
Do we have scorpions on all 4 corners?
No, not on the bottom left side.
Oh.
Everywhere else, though. As far as I've seen, they don't have anything that can breach stone. I think one of my men claims he saw them building ladders, but I haven't seen it. As far as I can tell, it's just sheer numbers that they have going.
I'm going to I'm out on the as soon as he says ladders, I'm gonna ping Hegal. And you said that I could, like, as a couple actions or so, I could dismiss him and then resummon him where I am, since he's like Omega far away right now.
Yes.
Okay, I want to do that, or because Lars is really far away, right?
Lars and Maximus and the Professor, which is where Hetegal has been hanging out. He needs to be there for at least 2 more days because you used him to send a message to... No, I think it's 1 more day? Yeah, 1 more day, because you used him to send a message to them. Right? Didn't you do that? Am I recalling this correctly?
I thought that was during this day.
Oh, okay. Then yeah, he can essentially unsummon himself. No, we're not going back in time.
Okay.
No, yeah.
I didn't know if like they used him and that.
No, they never used him. Okay, cool. Yeah, I knew you did that. I just didn't remember what it was. Yeah, then you can just unsummon him and then resummon him. It takes you, I think, 10 minutes.
Okay.
You have the components, or do you not need them?
It doesn't take 10 minutes. No, that's only if I dismiss him. If I pocket him and then resummon him, he's right back next to me in like 2 actions.
Okay, cool, awesome.
The 10 minutes is if I had to actually summon him.
The Optio says ladders, and then he finishes talking, but then you just zoom, suck. You can feel, you basically request for Hetegal to return where he's come from, and you feel his presence disappear from the material plane, and then you tug on him again. And since it's invisible, no one else sees it, but a little portal tears as a rift through space. Hetegal's little arms come clawing out of it, and he invisibly flops onto your shoulder.
Okay.
Little legs swinging back and forth.
Telepathically, I'm going to explain to him the situation. We're under siege. All the mongrels are on the outside watching him. Someone said they might have ladders. If you could go and confirm that for us, or at least see what's going on out there.
Yeah, by the time the Optio finishes talking, Hetegal is crawling off your shoulder and walking over to the door. Okay. So, the Optio continues and says, so, as I was saying, my biggest concern is just once they made it past all of our arrows, once they actually charged the gate. I don't know about your specialties. I remember when you first arrived at the docks, one of you was heavily armored. What happened to that one?
Those 2 allies are further out.
Well, then, are either of you skilled in frontline fighting? It could inspire the men to see a judge fighting alongside them.
I can hold my own against a few enemies. Proper battles, I'm more of a subterfuge kind of guy.
Alright.
Good at dishing out, not good at taking.
Well, if we don't think we can fight them in melee, that leaves our only option to try to keep them off the walls.
Yes. I assume...
Do we have grease
Is there any siege supplies? Yes, grease, tar.
We have beef tallow that was meant to be used in cooking, but not enough to grease a substantial section of the walls.
Any hard alcohol? Or anything else flammable?
The Quaestor speaks up. I've a bit in my private stash.
But nothing... I assume not much.
No, only 2 bottles.
Yes, that would... I'm wondering if we could maybe... Do we have wood?
The Optio says, well, we do. For the fireplace in the main keep. It was going to be enough to keep the fire billowing, but if we don't want to use it for that, we could set up a small little pyre. What are you thinking?
I wasn't thinking necessarily of pyre as much as I was thinking of maybe fortification, siege spikes near the entrance.
We could certainly do that. We'd probably need to cut down some more trees, but considering how far back they are, that would give us a good opportunity. And if they tried to advance on us, we could always shoot them with arrows and keep them back.
That would risk losing men, though, so...
I suppose so.
You have to worry of those swarms They can be quite pesky.
If they have so many of them, why don't they just attack now?
They are either they're waiting for even more of them, something specific, or a leader to organize them more directly, or maybe there's a.
Maybe they need someone to give them the command locally.
Or maybe they're looking for something specific and they're not sure we have it. They're not sure it's worth attacking us, and we don't have.
When he says that, we're in a private room. I'm gonna flash my eyes. I want to know if they're hiding any magic crap in here that they might.
Yeah, your eyes start glowing. The Optio sort of looks at you a bit troubled, and you can look around the room. There's a small little bookshelf where the Quaestor contains all the administrative records of the island. There's a small little container for a raven, a messenger pigeon, though it is empty. There's several other things, but this is generally an administrative office. The only thing that has any magic to it is a ring on the Quaestor's hand. Other than you guys, because you're practically dripping with magic.
Yeah, I'm gonna ask the Cloister what his ring is.
It's a ring of protection.
And it was what is that? Abjuration.
Yeah.
Okay. So that checks out. He's not lying about it. It's not.
It is the school of abjuration, yeah, but you can't confirm it's a ring of protection without identifying.
That's good enough for me.
It's very likely that he's not lying. I don't think he has any reason.
Yeah, I just didn't want him to be like, oh, it's a ring of protection, and it's like an even
necromancy based.
Yeah, yeah. He's working with the enemy.
He's actually the main bad guy of the campaign, the Whisperer, the Tyrant. Even the title of this arc was all a misdirect.
On this Cloister that we happened upon.
Yeah. Based. That'd be wicked. Well, the Optio shrugs and says,
well, I'll inform the men that we'll start archery practice tomorrow, and to ration their water, only drink when they have to. Is there any other dictates you want me to hand down to the men?
Try not to divulge any information about the amount or quality of men or supplies in earshot of any of the ravens. If they realize that we're weak on water, they might just starve us out.
All right, I'll put all the supplies in the locked shed, dole it out on a person by person basis.
And the Optio will exit the office, leaving you guys with the Quaestor as he goes to console the men. So the Quaestor looks up at the two of you.
Do you really think your Judge Renesmee will be able to get us the reinforcements we require?
If there's anyone capable of doing so, I think it's if she wants something, she can put quite the effort into something.
She'll pull rank on who she needs to.
Well, it's good to have her in our corner, I suppose. Is there anything you need from me?
Do you have any idea why they haven't attacked yet? You seem sure that they won't.
Well, I just don't understand why they would. The hillmen, as far as I know, have just been living in their mountains for all this time, and now they come down with an army out of the blue and attack Varusia and force us into the fort. It doesn't make any sense to me. I didn't even know about half these creatures were even on this island until they came here today. Possessed crows and abominations and Zendians. Quite a lot to take in.
Right. I'm gonna pop into Hegal. Where's he at right now?
Yeah, he is rolling his way through the forest, and he is frequently pausing, because every time he looks up to the trees, there are more and more crows. He's not keeping a mental tally, but you can sort of clue into his thoughts that there are thousands of crows in the trees between you guys and the besieging line. Any attempt at stealth would be basically impossible, even with someone like Severus with a +9 or whatever. It's just, there's too many eyes. All it takes is one crow to spot you out of thousands. But when he reaches the quote-unquote besieging lines, all there really is a little mound of earth, perimeter, around the perimeter of the entire fort. And then behind that, there is just like camp. These people don't seem to be, the besieging forces don't seem to be particularly stressed out. Each camp along the edge of this besieging perimeter is separated into a sort of impromptu campfire with a couple of Zednians around it. Then there is typically one human, maybe two, at each campfire. They seem to be able to communicate, the Zednians and the humans, without much trouble. The abomination crow ogre things keep themselves pretty separated in a little like cuddle puddle. And you can confirm that the humans amongst the besieging forces are building ladders.
Okay.
Hetagal can see him himself. Additionally, there is one of those people with a staff. He seems to be the leader of the besieging forces. He marches around.
Oh, that's not the group of people with each. Wait, hold on.
There
I
is
thought the
one
people
person.
were all people with staff.
No,
Okay, so
there's one person with a staff. There's a bunch of other humans here, but they don't have staffs.
And this is just one of the camps.
Yeah, just one human with a staff, and he goes from camp to camp checking in on people. He seems to have, he seems to be respected by both the Zednians, the humans, and even the strange crow creatures, which don't seem to have any spoken language, but they have this like sort of croaking noise.
So this guy with the staff seems to be like the leader.
Yeah, certainly.
Okay. So here's what I'm gonna tell Hegel, to sort of follow this guy, and then when he goes to sleep, if he goes to sleep, he'll probably put his staff on the ground, and you should gobble that if you can.
You give those orders to Hetagal. He wordlessly follows them. And your eyes rolling back into your head, or I guess your telepath. No, yeah, when you look through his eyes, your eyes roll back. So your eyes roll back into your head, and the Quaestor, he's sort of moved around. He's now like looking at his bookshelf, and Severus is checking like what rations he has on hand, because I think that Lars and Maximus were carrying almost all the food for the party, so you're gonna have to eat gross fortress rations. And when your eyes roll back, the Quaestor will look towards you, Zednius.
You, why do you do that?
I was scouting, getting eyes on their troops. Your men were right. They are building ladders.
Oh. That means they intend to storm the fortress, then.
Perhaps. It seemed like they were just relaxed. It didn't seem like anything was imminent. But they are indeed building ladders. And they've got one of those men with the staffs. He seems to be the leader.
Well, then I'm glad we're in the capable hands of two judges of the Empire.
I'm going to relay that the density of the ravens just gets denser and denser as you make your way out there, so there's no sneaking. And if those ravens decide to attack, they're going to take out a lot of people.
The Quaestor nods, but he's not much of a military man. There's nothing you can really do with that information, so
Yeah,
he'll just leave his office to go spend time with his family.
I will go. I'll try and get this guy alone
Optio.
for a second, like pull him
Yeah,
aside.
you can get Constantine, probably inside the fort. You don't really want to talk to him on the walls because of the ravens.
Okay.
So
Yeah,
you,
I'll just pull him aside.
and Severus can once again group up in the office. You can see that Constantine is looking a bit weary. He clearly has just had a conversation with one of his men that annoys him, but he'll walk inside with you.
I'm relaying everything I just told.
Yeah,
the
after you
Optio,
say it all,
or
he'll
the
nod.
console.
So they're gonna attack then. Well, we're lucky. The southern side can't be stormed by ladders. The western edge can, but, well, they'd be in arrow fire for quite a bit of time. That leaves the main entrance and the north edge the most likely to be assaulted. Well, right now...
Was there an area that was denser that had more troops than the others out of the
Yeah, the
main
front
areas?
of the fort.
For the enemies?
Yes, the front of the
So
fort.
the west here had the most.
The east, yeah.
East. I always get them mixed up.
It's all right. I just always do the never eat soggy waffles.
Yeah.
Wait, Hecko, do you have a German version of that? To
Probably, but I just don't remember them anymore.
Oh, okay.
I just remember them normally.
Oh, well, what's the normal?
Like-
Oh, you just remember them normally? Okay.
Yeah, I just remember where north is and then east, south,
Well, yeah,
west,
yeah.
clockwise.
I remember, like, I've heard so many funny variants of that, and I imagine German would be like Nuschen Stuffen. You know what I mean? I don't need to keep with the bit. You know where I'm going with that. Anyways, yeah. Basically, the Optio will explain that right now he has about 25% of the men sleeping, while the other 75% are on duty at any given time. If you have an estimate for when the enemy will attack, he can make sure that everyone's awake and ready. But if you don't, then he's going to keep that going because people need to sleep.
Yeah, I mean, like if the longer Hegal stays out there, I mean, I feel like he can relay an attack quicker than.
Okay.
Yeah.
Wait, how are we doing torches?
Torches.
This is pretty important.
Not great. The main thing that torches are burning, we're not doing like petroleum product torches. That's just, they don't have any. So instead, what you're doing is you're wrapping around canvas. You're doing some sort of like flammable oil or fat. So basically the same thing that they're using for cooking, they're smearing on canvas and they're burning those on torches. So the answer is not great. They have 4 or 5 torches per night, for the next couple weeks. So while you and Zednius should be fine, no, just Zednius will be fine. For most people, it's going to be really hard to see at night.
Why will I be fine?
Because you have the Devil's Sight.
I do not.
Oh, I thought you took that one. I might.
No, I was just asking if anybody had ever done the Darkness Devil's Sight meme.
No, no one's ever done it. But yeah, nighttime's going to be pretty spooky. Because your vision will be reduced to within about 60 feet of the wall.
What is Hegal's vision?
Hegal, I think, has...
He might have dark. He probably has dark.
He maybe even has True Sight. I don't know. He's pretty goofy.
I don't know what True Sight. That would be goofy.
We'll see what he got. He has dark vision to 120 feet.
Okay.
That's useful.
Yeah. Okay. Well, as the hours of the day begin to drag on and shifts of guard change out and the sun begins to go low in the horizon, you guys will be shown a small little corner of one of the supply warehouses that 2 of you can sleep in. There's not like separate rooms for you guys, so you'll just be sleeping in the same warehouse and / storeroom as all the other guards. The men here are largely young. The tokens are very misleading. Those are the tokens for the Southern Legion, which was the ones fighting on the Deadwood frontier. These people are not nearly as organized as that. They are largely locals pressed into service, tossed like a tunic and a spear and told, hey, you're a part of the Mythosian Legion now. So those are who you'll be sleeping with. The question is, are you actually sleeping, or are you going to spend the evening patrolling the walls?
I probably need to sleep to get my short rest in, right?
Correct.
So I should sleep.
Okay.
I'd like to spend my free time, once, I still need to, I want to get the necessary sleep. I need to not get exhausted.
Yeah. That's like an hour or 2.
Like...
You can, for at least a couple days, you can go on very little sleep.
Oh, then I want to...
Well, not to get, if you want a short rest, that's different than not getting exhaustion.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Oh,
let me check my...
Yeah, if you want something from a short rest.
I probably want a short rest
want,
for the first night.
Okay.
I want Hegal to wake me if anything changes out there.
Yeah, if you want a short rest, you're going to need your full 8 hours, and if anything interrupts it, you're going to get it. But to not get exhausted, you just need to sleep for a couple hours.
I still, like, if anything crazy happens, I'm not going to get the short rest regardless, and I'd like to have the heads up that we're getting invaded or something.
Okay. So, you guys get some sleep. It takes a while to fall asleep. The sound of guards mucking about above you, largely not even speaking your language. A lot of Gillen, a bit of Common, which obviously you can understand, but it's not Mythos. Later, the Optio comes in and smashes a bell to wake up the people who are now on duty, which obviously wakes you up as well. It's not your best night of sleep. But Hegal doesn't roust you, saying that an assault is coming, so you're able to get some sleep. You wake up in the very early hours of the morning, 4 or 5 a.m., Zednius. You're rolled onto this sort of, like, it's basically just straw that's been piled up to make your bed mat, and you feel something sort of fuzzy sitting on your chest.
Fuzzy? That's weird.
Fuzzy, yeah.
Is it invisible?
You reach it, you look down onto your chest, and the thing squeals and then sprints off your chest, and the rat recedes into the darkness.
Oh God, what the... I don't like that.
Oh, that's cute and bad.
Don't like it.
Very wholesome and cute, right?
Wait,
Yeah,
I'm gonna detect magic. Was that a
Your
familiar
eyes,
rat?
instantly your glowing eyes illuminate this small little corner, and Severus, you're awoken from your sleep as light fills your closed eyelids. And no, it's not a magical rat, it's literally just a rat.
Okay. They could have been doing the same meme I'm doing, you know?
With Hedhegal, though, as you awaken, you see what he sees, and he has been following the man with the staff. And you notice that he's staying away from the man with the staff. So the man with the staff is sleeping in this sort of nook between two rocks, and he's dead asleep. But Hedhegal is just sitting there, watching him from maybe 60 feet off.
Why aren't you getting any
Cast an
closer?
arm spell.
Oh.
He's cast a spell. It may see me.
Here's a question. Does his anti-magic zone disable alarm without setting it off?
Typically, that's how anti-magic stuff works, yeah.
Usually anti-magic zones don't even like dispel stuff, it's just temporarily like suppress it, right?
Correct, yeah.
It lasts for a minute. So,
However, in the case of anti-magic zone, this one does actively, it dispels active spells, it only temporarily prevents permanent spells. So like, something with permanency or magical items, those will be temporarily suppressed. Anything that's active, like a alarm or anything like that, will be permanently destroyed.
Actually,
But he still
I'm
seems
gonna,
a bit weary.
even if I tell him that he could try the anti-magic zone.
I'm aware of my magics. It is a limited zone.
How far away is this guy from everybody else?
He's not. He's right next to the campsite. Two camps
Okay.
that are on the eastern edge of the fort. Yeah. I mean, Hedhegal could risk it if you're willing for him to be banished for a couple days, or however long it takes for you to resummon him if he's killed. But at the moment, he's not.
It takes
especially
a lot to
thrilled.
kill him now.
He is 30 HP. Yeah, he's not soft.
Wait, you say permanency, is that an actual spell in your world?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Oh.
Wait, why would it be a couple days that he's gone? Just because he's hurt and he
Because
doesn't
you have to
wanna come
resummon him, right? Isn't Find Familiar? Oh no,
Yeah,
it's just
that
an
only
hour.
takes 10 minutes.
Oh, but you need
Or
to
an
collect 10 GP of charcoal, incense, or herbs.
We can make charcoal with the wood.
You use a brass
True.
brazier, right?
10 GP is quite a bit. But yeah, you'd also
Do you have
need
a brass brazier?
brazier. They probably have one of those around the fort. I think it's more so just the sheer quantity. $10,000 worth of charcoal.
Yeah, that's a lot.
Yeah,
How does
if
that?
It's, if
that's
it's herbs,
because-
it's a lot easier. But
Yeah, like,
Okay.
wait.
I was gonna say it doesn't scale with your take on gold. Like 10.
no,
gold
and that's
and
intentional. It
5
makes spells a lot more
yeah.
costly. That's why Revivify is like an
But I can't
eye-watering sum of
imagine
money.
10 GP of charcoal.
Yeah, it's probably a
Yeah,
fuck
but
ton.
incense and herbs.
Charcoal. Yeah, that'd be a lot. Incense especially would be a lot easier. Charcoal
Here's the
costs
question,
per
like,
kg. Wait, now I'm curious.
okay, here's the question.
Yeah.
For herbs, does like market price determine how much you need for a spell?
Yes.
So let's say we crash the economy in something
Absolutely.
by
yeah, you
making
can
it
take
incredibly
advantage of that.
expensive, and
Mhm.
suddenly with
That's how magic works. What the heck?
holy shit,
Yeah, I know. Also,
Magic
I looked
stock
it up.
markets acquired?
$10,000 of coal is like, or charcoal is about 10 tons of it. So that's like 20,000 pounds of charcoal.
Why even put that as a thing that you can use?
Well, because by default it's like not that much. It's like $100 in
Right.
normal 5e games, but in this one it's just a lot. So realistically, incense and herbs is what you need. Incense, you can buy like a single block for hundreds of gold. So depending on how fancy the incense is.
and you know
Okay.
herbs, depending on what you smoke, you know.
I've got so much
100%.
money. I should just have like a couple.
True. Next time you're in
Things,
Mythos, just go buy some of the fanciest prayer incense imaginable.
uh,
But at the moment
Drip
you don't have it,
yourself
so
out.
if Hedhegal gets fucked up, you can't bring it back for a couple weeks.
just don't get fucked up, bozo.
You want him to go do it? He'll do it. He'll cast.
I'm
This is
thinking-
not. He's not like refusing your orders. He just thinks it's unwise, but he'll still do it.
Can't you just like if it starts going wrong, you can dismiss him, right?
I can, but I don't know if I can see through his eyes while he's fighting.
He's
Why
not
would
within
you?
1,000 feet of you, so I don't think you can.
It's not
Oh.
1,000 feet. It's,
Oh, that's
it's
an issue.
Unlimited.
Oh, sorry, it's 100 feet that allows you to.
No,
see
it's
through his eyes.
unlimited.
Wait, what?
It's unlimited because I took the feed or
Oh,
whatever,
you took a Eldritch
the
Invocation.
invocation.
Wait, that's huge.
Okay,
It's
so you
the
can
same
communicate. Oh, yeah. Then you can unsummon him whenever.
Okay, so then there's pretty low risk as long as he doesn't get insta one shot, even though he's
100%.
invisible. We're
The
gonna
question
try
would
it.
be,
Yeah.
where does he cast the anti-magic zone? On the guy? Because then it would be in a 10-foot radius around the guy.
Well, can I can't detect magic through his eyes, right?
No, unfortunately not.
Okay.
Because Hedagal doesn't
And
have
he
that
can't
Presumably.
detect magic.
No, he can't.
But presumably he saw the area he casted on, right?
Yes, the man cast 3 or 4 spells before going to bed. The problem is that when you're making, like, a glyph of warding, that's pretty easy to see. Like, you just carve out the glyph on the ground. Most spells, though, like an alarm spell, it's not visible where you cast the alarm.
Oh, is it not?
No.
What's the like range? Can we draw it like right here or something?
What's your question? Anti-magic zone is 10-foot radius, so it's going to be 10
Yes.
feet around the target. Alarm spells,
But I'm saying like I don't know how alarm spell. Oh yeah, sorry.
it's a 20-foot cube, so it's about the exact same size.
Wait, I'm sorry. Around the target, or is it around, like, does it travel with Hetegal?
No, it's a 10-foot
Oh,
point,
I
a
mis-
10-foot
It's a
radius
range
and a point he
thing.
I
selects.
thought it was like an emanation from him.
No. So the
Make
Well,
this
then
so
just
much more
cast
useful.
it on a spot, and then he goes through that 10-foot radius.
Sure. So right now, we're going to use a map of the fort as our analog. So you see that guy?
Okay.
That is a 10-foot radius thing. Hedagal is around here, so 100 feet away. So he's quite far because he doesn't know quite where the spells expand to. He saw the guy cast 3 separate spells. So for example, let's say he cast it on the guy, right? Then there could be an alarm spell here, right here, or there could be an alarm spell over here. Like, he just doesn't know. So it'd be like he'd be diffusing one section of the minefield, but he'd be still walking through a minefield. And since there's 3 some type of spells, he doesn't even know what spell it is, by the way. It could be something else entirely. But there's 3 spells somewhere, and he only dispel one small section. So literally it'd just be RNG if he rolls up on the guy.
So you want me to roll RNG, or do you want me to say I cast it like at the distance between him and the guy, and then go through that?
You can,
Distance.
it's just there's 100 feet between him and the guy, so anywhere you're casting Dispel Magic, he's still walking just straight up through, like, a pretty hefty chunk of just land.
Wait,
Like, territory that's been...
we can use this to advantage.
Oh?
If this guy is casting alarm and he's getting notified, which means woken up every time something impedes on that zone,
We stop
can't
him from
Hetegal just can't he just like throw stones or twigs at the zone?
Unfortunately, alarm
from
is very
invisibility?
specific. It's only creatures, and you can also designate creatures that won't set off the alarm.
So I'm assuming Ravens won't. What else would he make it? Like probably like
I have a question.
Lamar
Can I
insects?
cast suggestion through Hegal
No, you cannot cast spells through your
Okay.
familiar unless you have a feature that allows you to.
and based?
That would be
'Cause I can talk
there's some
through his
class that
voice,
there's some
but
class that allows you to do that, and it's like really
wait,
good.
isn't
I
that a
should remember.
regular familiar?
You can cast touch spells through your familiar by default.
Yes,
but,
Right,
spells,
but with the voice of the Chainmaster, since I speak through with my voice, I didn't know if I could cast a voice spell. through
Oh.
him.
Nah, that'd be cool though. No. I think it's the genie. Maybe it's the genie warlock that allows you to do. There's some warlock that allows you to do specifically what you're describing, and it's quite good. But by default, you can only cast
Touch.
touch spells, yeah. And it
Okay.
has to be within 100 feet of you to be able to do that.
Does it?
Yes, it says that.
Okay.
Unlucky.
Yeah.
Yeah,
If
I
you
guess.
just want to put anti-magic zone on the guy and then just walk towards him.
No, I would put it before him. But also,
Okay.
now I'm curious. How long he's already got his like 8 hours or something, right? Or he's close.
Who, the guy or
Or
Hedagal?
when did the guy go to sleep?
The guy
I
went
could
to
just
sleep
trigger
about an
the
hour
alarm
or
and see
two
what he
after you
does.
guys.
I could just trigger his alarm and see what he does.
If it's an
Hegal's
alarm
invisible,
spell.
so it's- That's true. Oh, that's true. But you said a glyph of warding would be easier to see,
That
right?
specific spell is very easy to see because you actually have to carve it onto the object and then it goes invisible.
And
but the
we
initial
didn't
carving
see
is
him
visible.
do that.
Hedagal, no. He just saw the guy speak a couple words, do a couple arm gestures, burn up a little bit of material component, and
What kind of material components?
Hedagal couldn't see. It was too far away.
So, here's the thing. If Hettegal just full sprints towards him and run round, and then you immediately dismiss him, and then you resummon him, and he goes back out there, and you do the same thing like over and over again.
I mean, we could just torture him.
Yeah, there are two or three things that
fucking
could
make him die of
prevent.
exhaustion.
Yeah, there are 2 or 3 things that would prevent him from being teleported out. If it's any sort of anti-magic ability, that would prevent Hettegal from leaving. Or if it's a spell called Magic Circle, that would also prevent Hettegal from leaving because he's not.
A
From
Magic
this plane of
Circle
existence.
is visible though.
I feel like this is way too.
Right.
Magic Circle, when it's being made, is visible, but once it's there, it's you can make it invisible.
I just don't think that he's casting anything besides Alarm.
Great, then just charge him.
Wait,
I'm waiting.
you Magic Circle. You create a 10-foot radius, 20-foot
Yeah,
tall.
when you make it,
magic
it's
item.
very visible. However, you can do
You
things
can
to
do
make it.
glowing runes appear wherever the circle intersects with the floor
Yeah.
or other surface.
But you can cover it up with an illusion spell very easily. Like hallucinatory terrain, or, I mean, literally anything.
Also, it only lasts an hour.
Yeah, absolutely.
Oh, unless he's casting it at. Wait, assuming he wants to cast it for the entire duration of his sleep, which is 8 hours.
That'd be a
He'd have to
9th level
cast it
spell or
at.
something?
No, it's literally impossible
Oh,
because it's a
nice.
3rd level spell. And you'd have to upcast it by 8. So unless he has 11th level magic, in which case we're already fucked.
Yeah, it's probably not an 8-hour magic circle. Unlikely.
We already
Yeah.
saw one of
Also,
these
it
guys
consumes
dead earlier.
100 GP worth of components every time it's cast,
Sure.
which in your world is a lot.
It's a lot, yeah.
That's what I'm saying. I don't think this guy cast anything besides Alarm.
Hey, if you just think
Because
it's alarm,
he's-
just go for it. Fuck it.
Yeah, I honestly, I think we should take the gamble.
Yeah, I'm going for it. Let's go in.
Give me one moment. I just need to check something.
Oh no, it's gonna
Oh,
blow us up.
No, it's not a blow. You'd see
Also,
it with rewarding.
anti-magic zone is like a really high level spell.
Pretty high level spell. I think it's 7th level. No,
Uh,
I'm just checking
8th.
something real quick. 8th level, damn.
And it has concentration for up to an hour.
Alright. Yeah, Hettegal begins to move forward. His little legs, his movement speed has increased. He's 40, he can sprint faster than a person now. So
No,
he
that was
begins-
he always had 40.
Oh, okay, well then he's fast as fuck. So he starts to boom, 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 run in the direction of the person. He gets across the first 60 feet of ground easily. As he's sprinting, he's also using Anti-Magic Zone as his, or this is before he goes in. Before he goes in, he uses Anti-Magic Zone on the guy. He starts, next round, he sprints in 60 feet. However, as he hits the 65-foot mark, Hettegal has to make a dexterity saving throw.
Dex save. I can do a dex roll. I don't know what his save is.
It's the exact same thing since he doesn't have proficiency.
Okay.
Alright, let me go check the spell save DC for this person.
It's gonna be 16, and goddammit.
It could be. I genuinely don't remember.
I mean, getting hit doesn't make you uninvisible.
It's not getting hit.
Oh,
That's
no.
not what a dex save would be for.
Yeah, I'm trying to think what the dex save would be.
That is a pass. Okay, that is a pass. So as Hettegal
Maybe a
sprints
physical
forward,
trap.
underneath him, it looks like he's just crossing across normal ground, and then he feels as he's sprinting across this grass, there is just no longer grass there. Visually, he can see it, but it doesn't exist, and his legs begin to plummet out from underneath him. But he's a little goo boy, so one of his pseudopods slaps onto the edge of the thing, and he pulls himself back up, and there's some sort of trap there. He's about 40 feet from the person now. But no, as far as you can tell, the guy isn't rousing. No one else in the camp seems wiser. Hettegal didn't fall into whatever that pit was. Again, and there's still still some sort of illusion covering it up.
So have him go forward. This time, check for illusions, I guess.
No, just keep
Right.
going.
Okay.
What do you mean, just keep going?
Oh,
There's a illusionary ground in front of him. Is he just gonna...
Well, he has
sprint across
climbing
it?
speed.
Yeah, but that... You want him to lower himself into the pit and then climb up the other side?
Like along the walls or something.
Yeah,
Okay,
presumably
alright, sure,
there's
sure,
some
sure.
sort of edge on this page.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that's what he caught himself on. So yeah, with his pseudopods and his little rolling body, he rolls down the edge of the pit. And once he goes underneath the illusion, he can instantly see what this is. It is a circular pit trap with spikes along the bottom, covered in all sorts of local grossness, muck, dirt. One of them has beetles along the tip of the impact, basically punji sticks hiding within this pit, covered up by an illusion. He will, since he has a very good climbing speed, and he's amorphous, like he's basically a blob creature, he can easily roll around all these spikes, climb himself up to the other lip. He is now 30 feet away from the target, meaning he only has to go 10 more feet until he's within his own anti-magic zone.
Yeah, I mean,
He just goes for it. All right. He takes another step forward, and a bell begins to ring throughout the camp. Ding dong, ding.
Don't stop.
Dong.
Keep going.
All right. As he continues forward, let's roll into initiative with Hetekal. I'll drag his token and do that.
Oh, okay.
Actually,
And then you said I can dismiss him at any time if something that goes bad? Or
Yeah,
should
as
one
long
action
as there's
roll
nothing
initiative?
interfering with it.
Okay.
All right. Roll initiative for Hetekal. And for yourself, because you're the one, unsummoning him.
Oh, you said it. Okay, that's why I was asking. Do I need to roll initiative?
Oh, yeah. Sorry. Yeah, you do.
And then where's Hetekal's initiative?
Little guy. Little
See
goofy
an
boy.
initiative on here.
It looks different than a normal
again?
character sheet, but it is there. It's in the top right of the armor class. It's called Init.
Oh, I see that.
Yeah, British developer. All right.
Shit. Hetekal in it, mate.
Oi, bruv. I'm a fucking demon here. All right.
Immediate
Okay.
defense.
All right. Well, you have
Italian.
won the initiative roll. So, do you just want to instantly resummon Hetekal?
You mean, wait, resummon him?
Sorry,
no, he's still
unsummon
going,
him.
right?
Oh, he's still going?
The flesh sculptor
He's
hasn't had a
running
turn
it
yet.
down.
Yeah. Okay.
The flesh sculptor hasn't picked up the staff yet, has he?
No, he hasn't.
Yeah, go eat the staff.
Okay,
Go.
Hetekal's
Bozo,
turn.
and well, hold on. No, I'm
How long
still,
does eating the
Zednius
staff
is
take?
Yeah. Okay. What are you doing?
Zednius is delaying his action and then unsummoning as soon as the staff is eaten.
What if the staff
Oh, so
doesn't get
ready
eaten?
in
Then he's not unsummoning.
Then it's
Okay,
he just
you're
doesn't
readying your
unsummon.
action to unsummon him when the staff is eaten. What is Hetekal doing in his turn? He's currently 30 feet away from the flesh sculptor.
Running 30 feet and eating the staff.
Okay, he runs forward 30 feet and begins to devour the staff. His body rolls over the bottom half of it, absorbing it within himself. I don't know if you recall this, but it did take him a little bit longer to get the previous one down, so it's going to need a full round to devour it.
Okay.
So, yeah, he rolls over the bottom half of the staff. On his turn, the flesh sculptor grabs the staff, and he's going to use one of the features on it. I'm just trying to figure out which one. Oh, this one's a bit of a good bit. This one's actually a great bit.
Oh no.
Oh no, it only works on allied creatures. Well. Okay, well I guess he has to use a more boring ability then. Have Hetekal make a... I need to go check what the save on this is. I think it's Charisma.
Uh-oh.
Well, if it's a charm, he can't be charmed.
No,
Is it
that
a
was what they
charm?
usually do. Wisdom. Charisma is like fucking banishment.
He
Luckily,
doesn't have
banishment is banned from
in
this game.
Yeah.
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
Oh.
It is not a charm, but it is a wisdom saving throw.
Oh, wisdom. Okay.
Yeah, wisdom. Okay, that is another success. Then all Hetekal has to do on his turn is succeed a strength check against the flesh sculptor, because now he's actually like eating the part that has the fucking flesh sculptor's hand on it. And then he will have devoured the staff.
Also, the flesh rod was disabled with the anti-magic because we passed it on.
Oh yeah, well then he didn't get to use it. So either way, you still need to make a wisdom saving throw.
Okay.
All right, now the flesh sculptor makes.
I was
strength check.
I was delaying again to see if he eats it.
Okay, the flesh sculptor keeps possession of the rod. Now we're gonna roll into initiative for a couple other mongrels as they hear, their leader shouting at something devouring the staff, and they begin to run onto the scene. I'm gonna roll one initiative for all of them. All right, 18. So we are at the top of the round. The mongrels take their turn. They move around the pit. They can't see the target, so they have disadvantage on these, but they are going to start taking shots at where Hetekal is. So this is 1, 2, 3, 4, all at disadvantage. I think that's still 2 hits. No, it's 1 hit.
Wait, they're taking shots at
an invisible thing devouring a rod. Yeah, they can see the rod disappearing inside of
I'm
Hetekal.
just wondering, like, do they go around the pit and what do they take shots with? Are they
Short
using
bows.
like shot bows?
Yeah.
Okay, they have shot bows.
Yeah.
I'm just this is valuable information.
No, yeah,
See
that's
what
fair.
kind
That's
of armaments they
fair.
have.
Yeah, 7 piercing damage onto Hetekal. He's not even bloodied. He's chilling. Zennius.
Wait, what's Hetegal's AC?
It's 13.
Zennius is waiting on Hegal to eat the rod.
Okay, at this point, Hedhagal is just engaged in a full-on fucking struggle match with, like, he's full-on wrestling this flesh sculptor for control of this rod at this point. So,
Can he just...
okay,
can't he
pass.
just, like...
So close.
What is the flesh sculptor doing? A couple things he can do.
Can the...
I gotta go read specifically what Hedhagal's anti-magic thing does. Because I don't think it... Focuses an effort on us within 10 feet. All active spells are dispelled, and the effects of temporary magical items are prevented. Or, effects of magical items are temporarily prevented. That's what I thought. So it doesn't prevent the casting of spells. So the Flesh Sculptor...
That seems like a large...
It's a nerfed version of anti-magic, intentionally so. I'm not trying to give Hedhagal a 7th level spell. Yeah. I knew I nerfed it, I just didn't remember how I nerfed it. Yeah, the Flesh Sculptor disappears in a puff of mist and reappears 30 feet away. Alongside.
Am I still on it?
Misty Step.
No, you are
He
not.
took the staff with him, even
Yes.
though we were fighting for control of it.
Absolutely, yeah. He can only take.
How did
he only
he have
takes
full
things he
control?
wants to. He didn't have full control over it. He doesn't need to. He has a grip on it. That's all.
Would I have been able to dismiss Hegal with the rod or no?
No, because dismissing it isn't like a teleport spell.
Okay.
Like if you had a teleport spell, then I think you
Well, I mean, it
probably
teleports him to a harmless demi.
Sure, it teleports himself. It's not like Hedhagal can bring people or things with him. It's just himself. Like he can't bring Zennius with him to
if
where he's from.
If somebody put a coin into Hedhagal's mouth and he swallowed it and then dismissed him, with the coin just dropped to the floor.
No, because now it's in Hedhagal.
So when is something in Hedhagal?
Once it's in him.
Well, it was halfway in him.
Yeah, but it was halfway in him. Exactly, yeah.
Could you have dismissed him and half the stuff would just be missing?
No, because Hedhagal, when he's devouring something, he's not actually eating it in the traditional sense. He doesn't need nutrients like that. He's actually fully absorbing it and basically it eradicates the item. But he can't like do it until he's fully consumed the item, which he hadn't in that case.
Okay. Can he like chomp off half of it?
Oh, that'd be pretty cool though if he could. He either fully absorbs the item and all of its magic, or he does not. There is no halfway eating a magical item, because then he's breaking the magical item, which is the same as fully consuming.
Okay, he Misty Stepped.
He Misty Stepped. So that's the end of his turn. The Mongols act. I don't think they actually know where Hedhagal is anymore, because they can't see him actively eating something. So they're just like picking up their bows, pulling back the drawstrings, getting ready to fire. Zennius.
It's a dismiss moment.
Yeah, I'm just gonna dismiss him.
Okay.
And bring him back.
You dismiss him. He disappears into a portal, and the impromptu combat is over.
So close.
Wait until they start sending invisible gremlins to eat your magical items.
No.
Smudge.
Your eyes roll back into your head, and you see Severus, who you woke up by your glowing detect magic eyes. Outside, you hear a beautiful sound, though. A sound so good that it's resulting in, joyous cries. It's raining.
Who hears that? Oh.
You do. It's
raining.
Yeah.
Big.
So with all the buckets you have, that's at least another 2 days of water. So you're up to 6 days now.
All the buckets,
5 days,
all the bottles.
Yeah. All the open mouths.
Honestly,
yeah. So in the wee hours of the 10th, you guys are here. You can resummon Hedhagal onto your lap, and he just stands there and sort of stretches out his arms, and he's pleased with himself. He took an arrow to the side. That's whatever. He almost ate that fucking magical item from right inside that wizard's hands. He feels good.
Yeah, if only his strength wasn't so dog shit.
Yeah. But that's the disadvantage of being a tiny creature.
True.
I guess so.
So, what will today bring for our two judges? The guards are going about their usual things. They know nothing of what's happened in the camp. Severus's arrow lessons today, where he's taking some of the more skilled archers the least skilled archers in the unit and drilling them on how to do basic arrow fire. It's not going to work until it's done.
I'm also gonna replenish my own arrows.
Yeah, they have so many that you can take as much as you'd like. Oh, also, since the order was to shoot at ravens with the skilled archers, we are going to burn through.
Did we want to keep doing that?
That's the order you gave them yesterday, so they executed it for at least 1 day.
Okay, so let's cancel it today once we realize there's actually thousands of them. This is waste.
Oh, I thought I said that during the meeting.
No, yesterday.
We still went through with it?
Yesterday you said that let's not fire, and then Severus said, no, let's just do the skilled archers. Let's just have them shoot at the ravens.
Well, and then after that is when I said they have thousands. They're just going to replace them anyway.
Yes, but I believe that's after we. I think we didn't talk to the Oh wait, no, you notified the Opto afterwards, but I don't think you changed the
Correct. Yeah.
orders.
Okay, we'll do it for
So
today.
then roll 2d20 plus 20 to
boys
see how many
will know I'm
arrows they
right.
burned through.
Kazakh,
20
tell
plus
me I'm
what?
right.
2d20 plus 20 for how many arrows they burned through.
20 plus 20.
They didn't shoot any scorpion bolts though, just normal arrows.
47.
Okay. Yeah, they
No
have.
scorpion bolts. Holy shit.
Yeah,
We
you
lost
are
47 arrows?
Yep, you are at 3,506 arrows.
Oh, 3,000. I thought we were at fucking 80. I was
No.
so scared.
No, we
No,
have
you are not at
thousands
80.
of arrows.
There is a full fortress's worth of arrows in this fort right now.
Are these arrows like high quality arrows or just?
Yeah, these are actual.
Okay.
There are three things that the Quaestor ordered to make Fort Varus an actual fort. One, he ordered a labor team to go fix all the holes in the wall, which mostly is done. Then he ordered cannons, and then lastly he ordered scorpions and a shit ton of arrows. Everything but the cannons arrived, so those are 3,500 Imperial Legion standard arrows. They're not like crazy good, but they'll never fail you.
Yeah.
Oh, are there? I want to walk around and look at, because we said morale is low. I want to see if there's any like super low morale guys that have clear fire moss usage.
Yeah, in the early morning of the day, as
You said
Severus is
clear or
preparing,
queer?
he said clear.
Clear, like they have
Oh,
burnt,
okay.
they have the signs of being fire moss.
Yeah, he just became like a
probably don't have
1960s
any.
guy right there.
Yeah, that's why I was so confusing me. Like, is that a thing they say
Is
in
that
the
like
US?
an American phrase? Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're preparing your
wait.
arrow lesson.
We got a short rest, right?
Yes, you did.
Okay.
Because you weren't awoken during the night. Great. Yeah, Severus, you're preparing, how to teach newcomers how to fire arrows. You haven't had to do that ever. You've trained militias before in sort of Mythosian black ops out on the plains, but those were hunters that you were training, not random people. Additionally, you can burn through hit dice. Zednius gets his spells back. And Zednius, in the early morning hours, you can begin to go around the fort. And to say that morale is bad is kind of an understatement. When you were on the frontier, despite a horrible situation of an undead legion in the woods and all that stuff, never once did you hear anything close to like, I want to go home, or I wish that we just surrender already, because the opponent was an undead army. Like, there is no negotiation there. However, as you're, I'm not going to say silently, but as you're quietly walking along the battlements, there's 3 men near one of the scorpions. They've de-stringed it so that the string doesn't get waterlogged and broken, and you can hear the 3 men talking. One of them's burning fire moss between his fingers, another one's drinking, and the third one's saying,
God, I hope my wife's okay. Maybe we should listen to what they said in Perusia. I mean, what have the Quaestor and Optio ever done for us? They pay us 3 months late and expect our loyalty.
If I hear any of that, I want to start spreading propaganda during my lessons.
well, to
what's
start
your
with Zednius,
propaganda?
you're the one that heard that, and you were looking for that sort of thing. Drug usage is pretty high amongst the fort, though, to be fair, it's not like it's illegal or anything.
Okay,
They're allowed
but
to
I
do
thought
these
that they
things.
would be like out of it since they're under siege, and I was going to give them some of mine to like be a pick me up. But
Yeah,
if
you want to
they're
go
all
over to
using
the 3 of
it,
them and hook them up?
I mean, if they still have a bunch.
Wait. You have fire moss.
What about it?
Is that herbs worth 10 gold?
Oh, it's definitely an herb. I don't think it's worth 10 gold, though. How much
What
do you
about
have?
Artemis? Is
Artemis?
What about Hellflake?
Wait, you have Artemis?
I have Artemis and Hellflake.
Oh, I
And
forgot you had your
Firemoss.
little druggy arc. Yeah, how much of it do we have? Because
I've
Hellflake is
got
not
9 Fire Moss,
an herb.
9 Artemis, and 1 Hellflake.
Yeah, Artemis is definitely not an herb. It's deeply, it's a chemical. Hellflake is borderline herb, borderline chemical. Fire moss definitely is, but 9 doses is unfortunately a very paltry amount. It's not all that much. If you had a couple of clones worth, you're starting to approach it. I don't remember the exact going rate. I have it in one of our other campaign
A
documents.
couple what worth?
A couple pounds, then you could probably do
Oh.
it. But you have
Well, considering
9
that
doses.
the current market we're in is incredibly short on supply and
Unfortunately-
incredibly high on demand.
Unfortunately, the
Yeah.
magic appeals to a global market, not a local one. Very
Oh,
tragically.
I was gonna say,
Yeah.
what if Hecko just offers me
I know,
10
it's a
gold
brutal
for
thing.
these items, and I'm like, oh, of course.
This
it's
came up in
expensive.
my second ever campaign where I don't remember what spell it is. It's some unique dwarvish spell, but it uses mithril as one of its components. And one of the big world-defining events is that the price of mithril has crashed. It's literally gone through the floor. And a player was like, "Wait, does that just make the spell 10 times cheaper?" I'm like, "Oh yeah, I guess it does." So yeah, that is an
Wait,
established
wouldn't it make
fact.
it 10 times more expensive? Because you need.
No,
10
because it's the
times more
same amount
mithril?
of. It's not a gold amount of the mithril. It's a weight.
Oh,
It's a homebrew spell. It's not like an actual. in the book one. But yeah, that was when I first encountered the fact that the invisible hand of the market is a fact of reality in Valeros. Market price is defined by the fundamental laws of the universe. Yeah. Anyways, so you can, do you want to head over and offer up some of your fire moss to them? If you want to really fuck them up, offer them some health lake, but that's like...
No, that's if like I know we're gonna die,
soldiers.
then I'll just
give them their psychotic drug.
I was gonna say, wait, health flakes, is that the one that makes you like...
Health flake is like, I don't know, it's like the reverse of an antipsychotic. It literally makes you like borderline insane.
But
it's
is that
like,
the one that makes you like feel like you can do anything?
Yeah, it makes you feel vulnerable, and then it gives you paranoid delusions as well as delusions of grandeur, and then it basically removes pain, essentially. So
what we're saying is, if we go into battle, we should give this to some of the men.
I mean,
give it
fight like crazy berserkers.
Yeah, there's a tribe in the island of Bertelia where they basically make berserkers just by making them really high. So yeah.
Yeah, just like back in the day when the Vikings used to
exactly
drink tea made from mushrooms.
Hell yeah. Yeah, health like, but it's also like a brain destroying drug. It's like meth plus bath salts. It's a wonderful combination.
Yeah, okay, but that's real. We're not expecting them to survive either way.
True.
In the Poppy War book I'm reading, they use opium to get power.
That's surprising. Crazy. Opium just makes you want to sleep, no?
What about copium, though?
Oh, true. The power of copium. Okay, yeah, you spend the morning patrolling the walls at Aeneas, and then you retire for some reading. You still got you read the titles of them, but you haven't read any of the books that you got from the library of the Raven Tyrant. So you can start to actually delve into one of them, flip through pages. I just can't think of anything else you do with your time, but you have so many books.
I'm thinking, I want to discuss with Severus. I have an option. We have an option on how to talk to him.
Well, yeah, it's the early morning. It's before...
Or possibly talk to them.
Yeah, it's before the rain is let up, so Severus is just waiting in the edge of in the doorway of this little hut for the rain to stop so he can start his lesson, and you can approach him.
If we want to know what they want, we've got a shot in the dark that we could try, and I'll pull out the stone, the ascending stone that we picked up from the hidden place.
I'll just look at them and go, how are they doing on the ladders?
I didn't get a look since I was in Hedagal back out there.
No, Hedagal will shake his head.
One day.
One day? Oh, they'll be here in one day?
I need a day.
Oh, he needs a day.
A day for what? Fuck you. No potential.
Hedagal says nothing. Hedagal says nothing.
No
he
potential.
Just wants to warm. He just wants to be not wet. He's like, it's raining. I don't want to go out there.
Yeah, he's actually.
We'll be able to see him.
He is becoming increasingly temperamental, though. The more powerful he gets.
Yeah, you should probably beat him up or something. Make him recognize who's the true master.
He knows who.
Yeah, you're giving him too much power. Gotta give him some of the stick.
He won't bite the hand that feeds him, surely.
Hedagal says nothing. So,
about the sending stone.
About the sending stone.
So what do you say? Should we use it?
This was the one found in the desk of the pocket plane, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
Cool. We don't know. Nobody sent us a message through it, so we don't even know if it's also just in a desk somewhere.
Sure. What's the message?
Let's use it.
What's the worst that could happen? Let's use it.
They launch the attack right now. That's probably the worst that can happen. Or they scry on it and then teleport here and then kill us both and then leave.
Well, in that case, could we make someone else use it?
I mean, there's 48.
No, let's
people,
just use it. I don't think that's a likely scenario. I'm just saying that's the worst thing that could happen is they scry on it, find out where it is, teleport to us, and kill us. But
okay,
what's they could have already done sending? That. So, is anyone there?
Is that the message?
Wait, no, we should wait.
Oh, we're gonna discuss this first. Okay.
Yeah, I feel like we should.
Okay.
We should ask something like,
Sending stone isn't limited on how much we can say, right?
It's a sending spell, so I think it's 25 words.
Yeah, 25 words. But they understand it no matter what language we speak, so that's good.
True.
And we can just do it indefinitely. We can just keep sending messages.
No, it's once per day, I believe.
Is it?
Yes.
Sending stone. I think it is once per day.
I have one in another campaign that we use frequently, and it's once per day. Unless that's homebrewed, I don't know.
Nope.
I didn't know that.
It's until the next dawn. Though, honestly, I probably... Yeah, we'll go for the next dawn for now.
Uh-oh.
Nothing at mid-game session.
For now, it'll be next dawn.
Okay,
Should
I
I
didn't
come
know
with
that. I
the
thought it was
next
unlimited.
arc?
That's why I was doing my small, but okay. But if it's once per day, once per dawn, he's gonna do some tricky stuff where there's never a next dawn.
I mean, that
Hark
literally
on the
does
God of
work, by the way.
Magic.
Let it be known, it does work like that.
Now I'm just imagining Hakon as the god of magic, just like
Give
sitting
Peach
in
the
like a
pearl of
temple.
power and
Yeah.
then make it so it's never dawn.
Bro, I'm just pondering my orb,
Yes.
thinking about ways to fuck you guys. That's just how it be.
No, I'm just thinking of him like fucking like delivering patch notes to his scions.
Oh, yeah. yeah.
So for today's dawn, we've nerfed stones, sending stones to once a week.
That's my
Fuck.
favorite lore from like Forgotten Realms. That every time a new god of magic takes control, they literally patch note like all magic and change how it works. Like that's how they explain
Yeah.
the changing of the additions. I think that shit's
Fucking new
hilarious.
dev takes over.
Yeah, exactly.
It's actually just such a good meme.
Yeah.
So what are we saying?
We found your extra-dimensional lab.
Ooh, coming on strong.
Do we extra dimensional is one word, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, of course it is.
Just making sure.
Damn. He talking
we got a
authoritatively.
character count.
I'm gonna
gotta
hyphenate all of this to make it a single word.
We
Oh,
also
wow.
have to write this down first because he will count ums and uhs as
I
words.
absolutely will. Yeah.
So based. Here's the real question. How many seconds of pausing during the sentence to think makes it so that you automatically send the message?
None, luckily. It's a magic. Smile.
Okay. So it's not like you like accidentally like pull up your finger on the WhatsApp voice message and you're like, oh fuck, I sent! Was halfway done?
I wasn't done talking. I was just doing voice transcription.
Yeah.
All right. Yogi's still working on it.
No, I was waiting.
Oh,
Hecko was
okay.
writing it. We found your extra dimensional lab. I wrote it down. I was waiting.
Oh, okay. All right. We
Well,
found
Which
it.
is probably more,
write it
right?
down too.
Well, your.
Yeah, let me
okay,
just write it down.
interesting.
We
Weren't we under the impression this was the Raving Things lab?
Yeah.
Okay. Cool.
I'm just gonna say we found the extra. I'm changing it. I'm changing the word.
We found. Yeah, let's say the. Let's say the. We found that out. So that's 5 words. Who are we speaking to? Do you know what the mongrels seek? So that's 17 total. Anything else you think we should tack on there? Should I pretend
What is the
we're...
what's the fort we're at? Should we name drop that? Because there could be might not be specific enough. Like
It is
they
called
just seek
Fort Varus.
salvation.
Well, what the mongrels at Fort Varus. So that's 3 more letters. Words. We've got 20 now. We can add 5 more. Should we pretend we're like with the Raven Tyrant to make them trust us more? Like start with like the
Does it go
words
through in
"Hail
our
to the
what
Tyrant."
voice does it go through in?
Yours.
Oh, okay.
The speakers.
Yeah, but maybe they don't know our
Hegel.
voice.
True.
Hegel
The
is
Raven
the
Tyrant's been dead for almost 1,200 years, so.
I want to have
Right.
Hegel use the object so that
So it sounds intimidating as fuck.
voice.
Okay, I think this is what I would do.
I've got 19 words. We've got 6 more.
Hecko
I
posted
put
a
it in the
message he wants to do in the,
I
in the
believe
chat.
that's my idea.
Oh,
Just if you have any like, if you wanted to change it or like stuff, it's absolutely open to debate.
I would change the mongrels to the forces. Because they might not call them mongrels. They might call them like.
But if they call them if you say forces, they might also think of like the Imperials, right?
But we don't know what they
about
call
his
themselves. They probably
forces?
don't call themselves mongrels.
Yeah, how about instead of the mongrels, we say his forces?
Okay.
So now it's
You know what
specific
his
to
forces at Fort Varus speak. Okay. And we'll
Seems
send
like
it
we're
to
almost there.
Hegel's creepy voice.
And
Okay.
then wait, just add thanks
Wait.
at the end so they feel more obligated to help. Always like thanks in advance,
I don't know
customer
about that
service.
one.
Wait, I
don't
do
know
the
about
same
that
shit.
one.
I do the same
Yeah,
shit.
it's like the thing everyone tells you to do customer support, but it
Yeah.
actually doesn't work at all.
Yeah, I mean, I always say things in advance because it's just nice. I don't know if it works though. All right, put the full message in chat and then do it in your best #all voice, and then we can move on.
You give me $1 million, thanks in advance.
Oh, will you post this in the group in the?
Yeah, but just put it.
D&D
Actually,
chat?
you can just read it since you're saying it. So yeah, give me your best
Okay.
#all voice.
Hegel.
Hail to the tyrant. We found the extra-dimensional lab. Who are we speaking to? Do you know what his forces at Fort Varus seek? Thanks.
Sounds so great.
Yeah, you send that message through, and unfortunately, there is how would I describe it? So you're holding the stone. Hexagal says this message into it from your shoulder, and then the stone blinks. It blinks again, and then it goes back to neutral. Like it's not glowing anymore.
Is it not magic anymore?
No, it's still magic, but
Oh.
it seems to have been maybe a failure to deliver. Maybe there was no response, but it did deliver something in the process.
Sending is on the same plane, right? So that whatever this other stone might not be on this plane.
Correct. It would require that. Yeah, but that does make a weird thing, right? Which is you were in a pocket dimension. So why would there be a sending stone in a pocket dimension, right? It's kind of weird.
Oh, it is weird.
Yeah.
Unless it's the other.
But it doesn't work.
That
I don't
ruby
think
we
you-
couldn't take.
I don't think you can figure out why it's not working. I think it's a bit too obtuse to know. But yeah, it doesn't
I mean, my
work.
idea, Zednius's first thought is that the other stone is in there somewhere, is in that extra dimensional area.
That would make sense. Yeah, I mean, if that's a separate plane, which 80%, 99.9% sure it is, then it would only work within that plane. If the other stone is there. So yeah, you do this, it doesn't work. The rain begins to let up though, so you can begin your lesson with the soldiers if you like. So, Severus, you begin to train the soldiers. You teach them very basic introductory archery concepts. Nothing too complicated. What are you doing in the meantime, Zednius?
So first, can I go through my training?
Yeah, sure.
Just, so I'll tell them stuff like the right way to stand. So the right way to stand is depending on your dominant hand. You have one foot slightly forward, the other one almost 90 degrees perpendicular to it. You stand slightly diagonal towards the target. You want to, when you draw the string, you want to notch it at your far end cheekbone to aim with only one eye, which you want to aim with the same eye you use the hand in. So if you're right-handed, use the right hand. Otherwise, you're aiming cross-eyed and it's going to miss. You want to, when you draw the bow, you want to breathe in. Then you want to slowly and steadily breathe out, and then release your shot to have the most clear sight pattern. That sort of thing.
Yeah, roll a charisma check.
Do I get advantage because I know stuff about archery?
No. Because to do this lesson, you need to know stuff about archery. That's like the intro level requirement.
Thank you. Charisma.
Or performance if you have a efficiency. I just don't think you do.
No, I don't.
Yeah. it gets through to some of the men. It seems to be a bit too technical. You know, these men seem to be the type to learn that, you know, you shout in their face and just tell them just basic discrete actions. When you actually try to teach them like normal human beings, they look at you and they're like, I'm sorry, sir, can you go back from the start? Eventually, the Optio will come along, and then he will help you to teach them discrete steps. Pull back the bow. Close your left eye. You know, just going step by step by step. Yeah, they don't get much more accurate, but throughout the day, occasionally men will walk up to you and ask you for, like, more personal advice. Because, you know, despite their difficulties in learning, they are highly motivated for a number of reasons.
Yeah, one of them trying to desperately survive, of course.
Yeah, so being...
And I'll try to, whenever any of them ask anything, I'll try to sprinkle in some of that the Empire will thanks you for your service and we really value your thing.
Yeah, I think there's one particular interaction.
And on the other hand, always when they're like asking about the enemy, make sure the enemy are like nothing alike. They're like inhumane monsters that will never.
Well, that's not very hard to convince them of.
That will like never accept surrender. Basically, I want to make them so scared that they think if they surrender, they might as well just kill themselves.
Yeah, I think there's one interaction that I want to zoom in on. So most of the soldiers here are very young. The Optio is 18. The rest of the men are between 14 to like 20. These are not pre-mage fighting men. These are like young lads that got pressed into service. So a younger man, maybe 16 or 17, he's walked up to you while you're in the courtyard and he's just asked you about some arrow thing. He's nearing the end of the conversation and he says, So, they've said you're from the mainland.
Yeah. Yeah, we are.
I've heard some people say that in Perton, they have temples taller than this fortress. Is it true?
Have I been to Perton?
Perton was the isle that you guys stopped by on your way here.
Oh. Right. Do they have temples like that there?
I mean, you never really saw any of them. You were just there for, like, investigative purposes. You saw a couple of the minarets, but those aren't really, like, the chapels themselves. They're just, like, the outlying towers.
Yeah, I'm gonna bolster it a bit, you know. Gotta say, they have them. See, of course, they have the most beautiful and most elaborate temples you could even think of. The Empire
said
takes
he's
care
from
of
there.
their own.
Said they worship some pantheon of, what is it called? Raseum? Something like that. You know,
Rais?
Yeah, that guy. And his wives and sisters and brothers or whatever.
Yes.
So you worship them too?
No, I worship the Emperor, the Almighty.
I thought he was just ruled over the kingdom.
No, you see, back when he took power, he also ascended to divinity. And
Well, that
it's through
seems
his...
awfully convenient, doesn't it?
Well, that's because his forefather, the emperor before him, seized divinity as he conquered the entire empire on his own. How do you think he could do such incredible feats, if not with a sliver of divinity imbued into him, to make him chase after his goals? And you see, that's what the really believing in the emperor is about. It's about believing that one man's goals, if you believe strong enough in them, and if you're determined enough of them, you can achieve so much. You can even achieve divinity. That's what we're all about here in the Empire. We think that with a lot of dedication and work, you can achieve anything you set your mind to.
You know, when you say it like that, it sounds awfully impressive, but the way that I see the Empire is they can't even deliver us a cannon on time.
Listen, kid, when I was your age, I wasn't too fond of the Empire too. I grew up really poor. I thought that the Empire is a lot about telling big stories to people so they don't see that they're actually being, taken for what they're worth. But when I was in a bad situation, my whole life was going to. I was probably going to die. It was the Empire and the servants of the Empire that picked me up, and look at where I am now. Yes, I might not be in the and I look into the fort. Well, this is not the not the best situation ever, but I have more money than I could have ever imagined as a kid. I have everything I need. I have friends who I can rely on, and I look over to where Zednius is presumably standing. I'll say, you see, if you really dedicate yourself to it, you can achieve a lot. And you're still young. You have so much more to do.
You think we can survive this?
Yes, I believe so. We have sent one of our friends, one of the most competent people I've ever met, to bring in reinforcements.
That
and
woman,
with this
the
rain,
witch.
yes, well, witch, she can cast magic. This is true, but she's less of a witch and more of a. She uses ties to nature. It's a sacred thing. You see. It's the thing that nurtures the very people here, the crop of the land, that kind of stuff. And with this rain, I mean, how could he doubt that the Emperor is blessing us? He's even giving us rain from our water. He knows we need this, and he's helping us to hold out for longer.
Yeah, maybe. You sound an awful like that preacher that came through a couple of years ago. I hear that he disappeared when he went to go proselytize to the Mackay.
Yeah, the Mackay are a dangerous folk.
Well, we can agree on that, Lord Judge. You know, my cousin, he was a spearfisher on the southern coast for a long time. And he once strayed into the territorial waters of the Mackay. They didn't kill him, but he could never hear with his left ear after his encounter with them. Are you going to take care of them once you're done with all of this? Bring your divine emperor to them.
Well, we talked to the Mackay not a week ago. We actually met them, and they treated us barbarically.
Well,
They made us strip off all our clothes, and then they rubbed off our skin. I'll tell you, when all of this is done, we're going back to the Mackay, and we're taking care of them.
well, if you were looking for people to sign up to that expedition, I'd be the first one there. I can't speak for the others, but well, there's really only two things that keep me here. One, the pay's half decent, and two, the hope that one day I can fight those Mackay fish fuckers.
Just go, smile and say, with attitude, you're gonna go a long way.
All right, Yogi, you back yet?
Yeah.
So while Severus is going through the day helping the soldiers of the fort, what are you up to?
I mean, Hegal won't go.
Not for today. He needs to heal first.
I guess just read, because I can't help with like arrow management. I guess I can. I don't know.
You can
if I
Eldritch
give
Blast a couple ravens if you want, but
yeah, I can do that. But no, I don't know. The ravens have seen me outside, right?
Yeah.
I've gone outside. Okay. Yeah, I've
times.
revealed myself outside. I didn't reveal myself inside. I revealed outside. Okay. So they know that I'm here, and they probably know that I'm a spellcaster already. So, I guess yeah, sure. Just pot
Sure.
out some ravens since it's
yeah,
free.
you head out onto the balcony of the upper level of the fort, and occasionally just your hand explodes, lightning force flies from it, obliterating a couple of ravens. You know, the soldiers on that end of the wall clap. It's entertainment. It's something to do. And the day drags on. Painfully nothing. You know, you're constantly looking towards the edge of the fog. The fog's a bit thicker today than usual. The water supply seems to be mostly dealt with, unless it takes her a week or two. You should be fine on that front. So it's just sort of slow grinding. And eventually the day begins to wind down. A lot of soldiers go off duty. The impromptu blacksmith who was hammering away at various items. He returns to the wall, so the hammering, which has been here all day, it ends. And slowly the sun begins to fall, and the crows begin to caw as the sun goes down. It's so loud. It is painfully loud. It is the sound of hundreds of crows cawing at intermittent intervals. It sounds like a staccato of machine gun fire of just crows going caw, caw. But some of the men seem to be getting a bit anxious about all the noise. You just try to go to sleep as the sun goes down.
You said the cawing's picking up?
Oh yeah, it's getting louder, and more crows are joining it.
I think tonight I don't need a short rest, so I'm gonna do the short stuff that Heko did last time.
Okay. Yeah, you... Severus, do you need a short rest?
Not really.
Okay, then the two of you stay on the walls as evening falls. A large number of men leave them behind. During evening, the percentage of troops on the walls lowers rather drastically. It's about 50% instead of 75%. So it's pretty quiet as you guys set up on the walls. The crows caw louder and louder. Occasionally you hear curses or grunts from men trying to sleep as they are woken up by a particularly loud barrage of them. And you guys are joined on the wall by the Optio, who just sort of leans against the parapets next to you.
Do you think it's intentional? The
I
noise.
don't see why. Yes, it's got to be.
If they keep
Trying
that
to
going for a
intimidate
couple
us.
days, men are going to start going insane.
That's the idea.
Is there anything to be done?
Have the men, when they take breaks or sleep, you said you have some, maybe some candle wax, some tallow.
Yeah.
Have them plug their ears with some, so they can sleep in peace.
All right.
He descends from the walls.
How big
to
is my
maybe that.
silence spell?
I think it's 30 feet by 30 feet, so you could easily fill
The
up
problem
the
is it's
entire
only an
sleeping
hour.
area. Yeah, that would work. It just...
Oh, it's only
Yeah.
10 minutes.
It's
Oh,
isn't
it's
can't
not
you like ritual cast it?
No.
No, that'd be crazy, though.
Wait, can warlocks not ritual cast?
No, they can.
Silence
it's
is a
not
ritual spell.
spell. What?
Yeah, it
No,
is.
fuck,
It
what are
is.
you
Silence
talking
is a
about?
ritual spell.
Shot. No,
It is.
shot.
100% it is.
It do be
It
saying
is a ritual
R on
spell.
here.
That's crazy.
I guess I do
Wow.
that then.
Yeah,
Doesn't
yeah,
it's
yeah.
only a 10 minutes.
Oh wait,
not
but you're
1
doing
hour.
it every 10 minutes. So do you want this to be the rest of your evening? Because it takes
I mean,
10
if it
minutes to
helps
cast.
morale, I
and
mean,
then you're
I'll do
doing
my
it for 10
part, you
minutes.
know?
Okay, sure. It just means this
As
is
long
a
as I'm not-
full-time job.
That's okay.
Okay, so you're down at the
Um,
lower level of the fort.
I
doing
can't
this.
copy spells from a warlock's repertoire because he doesn't actually have them
Because
written
I don't have
down,
a
right?
book.
Correct.
No.
Okay, just making
Severus,
sure
you're at the
nothing-
walls. We're going to move to the fort battle map.
Yeah.
You're at the walls. Vision is limited. Some torches burn in the darkness, providing a slight vision out into the dark. And as the crows continue to caw, and the man next to you sort of holds his head from a splitting headache, roll me a perception check.
Are you talking to me or Heko?
Echo.
Oh, okay. I was like,
a
oh.
perception check. Oh, cool,
Yeah, it's just
one.
going to be a normal one. Unless there's a reason why you'd have advantage.
I don't think I do. No,
Okay, just a normal one it is then. You see
Nothing.
a shape in the distance to the southeast. It's not really humanoid. It more so just looks like a large ball of sorts. Like it's clearly on two legs, but it's just sort of slowly walking. It must be 120 feet just beyond sort of the edge of it. It's just a shadowy shape. And then you begin to hear a drum. Just a single solo drum in the darkness. Just bum, bum,
With its
Bum.
steps.
Do you say anything? Do you alert anyone, or do you just stare out into the darkness with the other men on?
I
post
alert
with you?
everyone.
How are you doing? Are you like shouting something out? Are you like rousing the guys already on the walls?
I assume that if the max is accurate, there's at least one guard near me, right?
Yeah, if you look on the battle map, there's 3 immediately next to you.
Yeah, I'll tell everybody to be at the ready. This could be what they were waiting for. This could be what they try to start the siege with. Have men be ready for battle.
One guy runs off to go wake up
Notify the
sleeping
Optio
men.
immediately.
Yeah, another one runs off to go grab the Optio. Zednius, you're just sitting there, like, in the middle of ritual, casting another silence spell, and a soldier runs up somewhat breathlessly and says, the other judge says to wake everyone up. Says it's time for battle.
Until I'm casting silence.
Yeah, I'll
Take a
drop
shot.
the spell.
Yeah, you drop it. It's going to take about a minute for the silence spell to end. So you have to go
is it?
wake up everyone,
is it
like, shaking
constant?
their shoulders.
Okay. Yeah, we can just like.
But yeah,
tap
you and
them
the other
all, right?
Legionnaire can begin to rouse people up. It's going to take maybe a minute to do it all. And as the minute passes, as you begin to shake people's shoulders and wake them up, Severus, you continue to stay out in the darkness. And another drum joins. And then an instrument you have never heard in your life. It sounds almost like a monkey hollering, like a shrieking noise echoing from the darkness. And then rattles join in. And you realize, you know, Mithdosica does marching music. It's very regimented. They sometimes throw in a bit of brass instruments, but it's largely very ordered. But you've heard of some tribes out in the east on the Tabrashan Plains do all sorts of shit to try to psych out their foes for battle. This is something. It sounds like a whole jungle of noise is erupting from out in the darkness. And then you see that sort of single shape that you saw, the one on two legs, joined by several others. In fact, you see maybe 36 humanoids out in the dark. And as the first one begins to emerge into view, and as Zednius and the soldier are waking people up, we are going to roll into initiative.
Oh no.
So far, it's just one little crow abomination. I'm not going to roll initiative for the guys on the other side of the fort, just because they can't really see there, and they're not going to abandon their post to reposition. Additionally, Zednius and the other guy are going to roll into combat on round 6, because that is when they'll be done waking people up. Oh, whoops, almost destroyed something. Beheko, you should roll in now.
Oh, I shouldn't have rolled it. Oops.
Nah, not until round 6.
What about Hagal?
Yeah, sure, you can roll in. Because he doesn't need to help you wake people up.
Oh, I forgot to select my token.
Oh, he had an 18. I didn't click his token.
That's fine, I'll add it manually.
There you go.
He should
you need to change me
be-
to a 13.
Okay. Where should Hagal be?
Never mind.
Okay.
I was gonna say he should be at 30, but it hasn't been a short rest yet.
Alrighty, I gotta roll in a couple more initiatives.
30? Oh, you mean HP? It's like, fuck,
No, it should be
it should have 30,
23.
Giga Chat.
Oh yeah, 30 initiative, give me chat. Holy.
That was
Alright,
rolled
and
at
then we need
0.
one last, -1, and that rolls a 1.
Does that mean he skips his turn?
Unfortunately, no.
I'm joking, of course.
Oh, are you? Oh, I thought you were serious, Sag.
No, that's...
Alright, these guys move into view. One moment. This guy is not carrying a weapon as usual. Instead, he's carrying an object. 1 second. 30 feet of movement. This whole ladder crew is going to action dash from the darkness, and in a pretty swift maneuver, approach the base of this tower with a ladder in hand. What is Hagal doing? Little Schmet Hagal.
Going. I don't know what the distance is.
It's about 20 feet up
there.
these, so he can climb. So he could climb 10 feet up, and then...
Can he dash
there.
to here?
Oh, dash? Yeah, he can dash to there, yeah.
And then tell them to knock down that ladder.
Yeah, you want your demon creature to say it? You think it's not very obvious?
Yep.
Okay, alright. A demonic voice spreads across the bastion. Knock down the ladder. It's just this horrifying voice. Alright. These guys on this northern scorpion are going to swivel it and take a shot down towards that abomination. Severus, I'd like you to roll a d20 plus 5.
20 plus 5.
Okay, that
23,
definitely hits the
that's a good roll.
abomination. So roll 2d12 for damage. As the arrow strikes the edge of the abomination.
I assume no modifiers?
Nope, just 2d12.
16,
Alright,
that's
the
a good roll.
scorpion bolt splats into the shoulder of the abomination, and it lets out this sort of... You ever seen those hollering monkeys with the big sacks underneath their throat? Like, Oh, they have these inflatable air sacs, and it makes these hooping, hollering noises. And underneath, the abomination raises up its neck. Its whole neck begins to vibrate, and it lets out this, like, ear-shattering call. And then it begins to sprint forward. Option dash. The drawbridge is up, of course. There's no reason for it to be down. But it uses its full movement to approach the closed drawbridge. And that's it for its turn. Which one is these guys? Oh, it's just this one dude. This one brave hero is going to action dash to right here where the ladder is being raised up to. What about these lads? Oh, these guys are operating the Scorpion, so they will also turn it and fire it down. Yogi, you roll 2d20 plus 5. Or sorry, d20 plus 5.
Is this the big round thing that we saw?
Yeah, this is the Pro Abomination.
God.
But, I mean, you got Scorpions and shit, so should die. Fairly.
So,
Yogi?
sorry, Zenius?
I'm not in.
No, I know, but you're gonna roll for the Scorpion hurts. So roll a d20
Oh,
plus
No
5.
pressure at all. Eventually.
Roll how many d20?
Just one d20 plus 5. Alright, that misses. The Scorpion bolt strikes against the wood of the drawbridge behind it. And this unit
Wait,
moves
the drawbridge
onto-
is lowered?
It's raised. It's raised. It's just on the map. I don't have a way of raising it.
No, okay, yeah.
Alright, this
Of
unit
course.
is going to action dash to here. So far the ladders aren't up yet. They're just getting in position to set it up. Severus.
I assume I have my dagger or free
Yeah, you have all your
item
weapons
action.
and all that stuff. You had like half a minute
Yeah.
to prepare, so anything you want
Okay,
to
yeah,
do
so
at that time.
Dagger and powering dagger ready
Great.
to go. Well, actually, I probably should have prepared with my bow instead.
You can prepare whatever you want. You had half a minute.
Yeah, okay, yeah. I would have taken the bow then. That makes
Great.
more sense. Do any of them seem like unaware of me specifically?
You specifically, they're not really focusing on you. The Cro-Mongols are focusing on getting the ladders in position. They're not even looking at the defenders, and then the Abomination is charging towards the raised drawbridge.
Right. Listen. These ladder runners,
Yeah.
I feel bad for them because they remind me way too much of the bridge crews and Stormlight Archive.
Yeah, true.
I'm going to shoot at the front guy,
Based.
just like the Pashendi archers did.
Yep, now you are a Parshen the Archer in Giga Chat.
Yes.
Except these are
do I
armored
get
ones.
advantage?
I don't think it's from stealth. Yeah. Obviously, they have no cover or anything like that, so it's just normal arrow, but no, I don't think it's from stealth.
Okay, so no sneak attack either.
No, it's not that.
Okay, so alright.
Alright, you shoot
that's
down
pretty
towards
nice.
one of the lighter armored of two frontal chargers, and it just wedges itself in sort of the padded cloth of the
He
runner.
was channeling Stormlight.
The next Crow Abomination acts, and it also sprints up behind its compatriot. Again, the drawbridge is raised, so they have like almost a foot and a half of wood to like claw their way through to get inside. Alright, these guys can't swivel their scorpions, so I'm just going to remove them from the combat initiative because they're not going to abandon their post. Alright, this ladder team is going to move in. You can tell that there is some communication breakdowns in this assault. The Zednians don't seem to be the smartest because this ladder team like gets to the same section of wall and they're like shouting at the Abomination to move. It clearly doesn't understand what they're saying. In fact, you can't even understand what they're saying. They're just barking and snarling at the backside of the Abomination, just standing there waiting for their room to put stuff there. These two Legionnaires at the top of the wall are going to shoot down at the Abomination. Boom, boom. Miss hit. Abomination continues to truck along, and then finally, our 0 initiative kings run to the wall.
I literally called turn tracker on the turn tracker.
I know, I put it there. Alright, they approach the wall, and that is their full turn. Alright, start of the initiative, initiative 18, the first ladder is pushed up against the wall. These two at the bottom remain there, holding the ladder in place, and the other ones begin to climb. So, the ladder is a 20-foot incline over the course of 15 feet. So, this is going to basically take a full action dash to reach the top of it. And that is what this one is going to do. It runs to the top of the ladder. This one, like, plants his feet so that it can't be knocked over. And this one also is going to action dash. And this one will also action dash. 1 second. I'm gonna make it a bit more clear. Put these all on the front. Of
How many of them are on the ladder?
3.
That's a lot.
It is a lot.
We can like fuck them with that ladder. That would be huge.
You can try to push it down, yeah. All right, what is Hetagal doing, Yogi?
I'm gonna run along this wall to there, and then help him.
Okay,
Severus.
you flip-plop across the wall, sprinting with your little flip-floppy legs, and climb up onto Severus' shoulder, giving him the help action. Which soldier is this? Oh, this is the top Scorpion team. What would they shoot? Yogi, roll me a d20 plus 5 as they fire at one of the... Oh, that's a hit! So that's 2d12, no modifiers. As the Scorpion Bolt strikes one of the ladder carriers. That is a big blow. The Scorpion Bolt hits them in the side, grunts, that creature is bloodied. And the first abomination reaches the door. And it begins to peck and claw. I'm gonna roll these on GM layer so you can't see what what modifiers they have until you have to fight one. So, yep, that does a pretty hefty damage to the door. That one does less to the door. Alright, it just spends its
How
turn.
far away am I? Is it possible to abandon this?
If you want to stop
waking
waking people
people
up, you can be in combat in like less than a round.
Okay, I want to do that.
Okay, alright, just roll into initiative naturally then.
Oh, okay.
It
Because
means that
there's
rather
something
than
I can
all
do
the
to help
soldiers
with.
arriving on round 6, it's going to be about half the sleeping men will arrive on round 6.
That's
Okay.
okay.
Yeah.
Then you
I
will
assume that like
go-
one of them stays back and wakes up the rest.
Exactly, yeah. Alright, then you can take your turn now, it said, yes. So you are here.
Okay.
Where your token is accurate.
Okay, I want to fly up to like there.
Okay, so
And then
that's
I'm
20 feet up,
casting-
and then sideways 25 feet. I think that's an action dash if you want to get there.
Oh, I don't want to do an action dash. I just want to. How high are the walls?
20 feet.
Okay, I want to go above the walls enough that I can cast this.
Well, where are you trying to cast it?
Well, it's a 30-foot radius, right?
Yep.
So I just need it to be like there.
Yeah, easily. Okay, you fly up straight 30 feet, and then you point your hand out. And I've never seen this spell before.
Does it go this high up?
Wait, let me think about that.
30 feet,
Yes, it would, because
I
it's a
feel like-
30-foot sphere.
and it spreads around corners. Okay.
Yeah. Dim greenish light
Um,
spreads within a 30-foot radius, centered on a point you choose within range. The light spreads.
Well, then
around
I want to
corners
point
and-
it. I want to point it like here, then, because I want to hit this guy in it.
Okay.
I want to hit this guy in it, but I don't want to hit any of our allies.
All right, then you cast it at that point. So we go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and then we go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So we got something like that. So it should
No,
be
over one and up one.
over 1 and up 1. Okay.
So like more like this, right?
Because I want
So it
to.
should
I
be-
definitely want to hit this
30.
creature.
Oh, it
in
needs to go down 1. It needs to be expanded by 1.
Wait, can you see the ground?
Yeah, you can see the ground. He's 30 feet. flying
Wait,
in the
can't
air.
you
I only
cast
need
at
to
the
see,
ground
like-
level? It shouldn't spread that far up.
Well, it would
Well, it
spread
spreads
30
30
feet radius,
foot.
and the walls are only 20 feet high. So technically, I'm sure if we simulated a 3D cube and going around corners would be a little bit different, but that's pretty complicated. So that's why we keep nice and simple squares, baby.
Yeah, fair enough.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So this
instead of a
looks like
dome,
it'll
it's a
hit no
cube.
friendlies, and it'll hit about half the
Can't believe
attack.
you don't even have this Counter-Strike 2 smoke simulation.
Dude, seeing the bullets go through that smoke is wicked as fuck. Anyways,
That was really cool.
Okay, so when the creatures start their turn there, they make a Constitution saving throw or take 4d10 radiant damage. Holy shit, Yogi! This is a crazy fucking spell. Okay, all right.
It
Yeah.
also gives them exhaustion, so they,
Yeah,
die.
that's a nasty fucking spell. All right, so first creature. Oh, the Crobomination already went. So now we go to this Giga Chad. He is holding the top of the ladder, and he is going to. You told him to just try to shove it off. So make a Yogi. You will roll for this Legionnaire trying to shove the ladder down. He is doing a disadvantage strength check because there are 3 mongrels fighting against him to keep
I
the
don't know how
ladder
to
up.
disadvantage.
That's all right. Roll. Type in. It'd be this command. It'd be roll 2d20 d1.
Can't
plus
he
1.
use their weight against them by leveraging it instead of straight pushing it away from the? You can
If it
push
were
it
just
like
the 3 on the ladder, yes.
this
The
way from
problem
the
is
side.
that the problem is that there's 2 mongrels at the high portion of the ladder, just leaning back with their full body weight, and then one at the base of the ladder using his hands to keep the ladder like pushed against the ground. So there's
These
like
men are all spears, right?
these
Could
all
he
have
use a
spears.
spear
Yeah.
to? could he use a spear to lodge it between like where the ladder intersects with the wall
Oh,
to
to,
like
pry
use
bar
a
it?
lever? Yes.
I think he could do all those things, and those are very clever. The problem is that ultimately it's still, well, interesting. Yeah, Yogi, roll just a flat d20. I know, I just remembered that d20 d1 drops the lowest, not the highest. Anyways, yeah, just roll a d20 plus 1, and I will roll for the mongrels.
Okay.
I'm gonna
4.
guess that that's not happening. We'll see.
I believe you can roll. Wait, can you?
4. Yeah, he attempts to position the spear and lever the ladder over. However, the weight of 3 full-size mongrels, almost 600 pounds of weight, keeps the ladder held. Now we have this scorpion. Now, I'll leave this question up to you, Yogi. Is that scorpion firing at mongrels, or is it firing at one of the abominations near the gate?
It's gonna fire. It's gonna fire at the the mongrel that's closest, I think.
The one at the top of the ladder?
Sure.
Okay, yeah, the scorpion
I mean,
swivels.
does that
It
seem
is...
like it'll hit it? Like, does it seem too close for range?
No,
or-
this is a crossbow type of weapon, so it has no disadvantage for things within melee range. So yeah, the whole thing swivels. It's basically eye to eye. Like, he is staring down a ballista, and then the ballista fires. So, honestly, probably even advantage. I mean, it's literally 5 feet from his face. So roll d20, 2d20, d1, plus 5. Oh, the mongrel ducks and the arrow whizzes off into the darkness. That is tragic. Okay, these mongrels are not inside the sickening radius, so we don't have to worry about that yet.
Wait.
They place the ladder on the wall.
Wait. What is this mongrel's dexterity? Because I have also 13. Should I go first?
Ooh, probably. What's your dexterity mod?
18.
Yeah, you go first.
Modifies 4.
Alright, so the ladder is not on the wall yet.
Yeah. Better stop, bitch.
You mad.
Alright. It's so from over here, the ones in the front were the ones securing the ladder, right?
Yes.
I want to cast sleep on the ones.
Yeah,
at
you're
the
gonna need to
front.
reposition to do that, but I don't know if you care. Do you care if you have to
so?
reposition? Well, because right now you don't have line of sight of those people. Because one, even if there wasn't a guard there, the angle on the wall, there.
Oh, not those. I mean the ones like right.
Oh, where you are.
Front
Yeah,
ones right here.
yeah. I got you. Okay. The spell sends creatures within a 20-foot point of you choose, starting with the lowest HP. Okay, great. I assume you're just
Yeah,
picking
5d8.
this section of the wall, like this area.
No, I want to specifically make it so that the front ones are targeted.
How would you get the front ones and not anyone else within a 20-foot radius?
So
then?
we'd aim it basically at like, it doesn't extend through walls, I don't believe. So I would target it like near the wall, like near the edge of the wall, up near me.
Oh,
so
and
that
then it
they
reaches
would
down 20 feet almost exactly
Yes.
and only touch. Okay, I got you. Yeah, roll 5d8.
Please roll high. That's a
one
good
of
roll.
them, the second person, which is these people are like critical for putting the ladder on the wall. One of them falls asleep. The second one does not, unfortunately. Where's my sleep token? Oh, there it is. He just starts Z'ing.
Wait, so
starts
that's
Z'ing
how-
out.
Okay, so the second one, unfortunately, had too much HP for the leftovers. Makes sense.
All right,
first
so
one's
that guy's asleep. Damn, that's gonna be unfortunate for them. All right, now we do the mongrels. on
They can use an
initiative.
action to wake them up.
Oh, okay. All right, these mongrels though, they still have their ladder boys, so they set up the ladder and then basically use
Oh wait, I
all their
also want
actions.
to. Sorry, I also want to move a bit. Like,
sure,
move
yeah.
back like here.
Okay. Hector moves with you, so Yogi, if you can move it, thank you. All right, these mongrels, seeing the other ladder attempted to get pushed down, they're going to secure this one with 4 people instead of 3, so there's 2 climbing it. Now we get to the first creature starting its turn inside the sickening radius, so the radiance. All right, so it starts his turn here. Now it has to make a Constitution saving throw. Abominations are quite good at con. What's your spell
Fail.
save? 6 fail. Okay, so
16.
that's 4d10 and
Not a
1
great
level of
roll.
exhaustion. Jesus Christ.
That's big. Because that means he has
Oh, the
disadvantage on the
levels
save.
of exhaustion
Or is
caused
that-
by the spell go
No,
away when the spell
no
ends.
disadvantage. First level is only an ability checks, not saves.
Okay.
Correct, yeah. All right, the 15 radiance, though, that is not a small amount. The skin of the abomination begins to wrinkle and pop and sizzle as the divine magic flows through it. Now there is this whole ladder crew trapped inside the sickening radius. Oh, sorry. The abomination moves forward. It needs to get at the gate, but it can't because it's getting got blocked. Now, this whole ladder crew. I'm just going to roll 6 dice, and then they have +2. So that's 3 passes, 3 failures, Do they take anything on a pass?
They take nothing on a pass now.
Okay, then roll 4d10 and we'll deal that to the 3 that failed. Alright, so it's this guy. He is instantly bloodied. Then it is pass, then another failure, so it's another bloodied person. Then another bloodied person. So half this ladder crew is instantly bloodied as the light pulses through them. Their skin boils like they've been under the sun too long. It is their turn now. They are boiling. There's a sickening green light enveloping them. They don't know really the specifics of magic. They're just a ladder crew. Yeah, they're retreating. They're just leaving. They are straight up leaving the map. They out of you. Okay, now we have... Oh, the 2 that are guarding the gate. Well, I think they're just going to start fighting to defend the fucking gatehouse. So this is 1 spear attack against the lead mongrel. That's a miss. And then the other one is just going to ready his action to push the ladder down when it's placed. And now, since this guy's asleep, how would this work? So I think what's going to happen is he's shoved out of the way. This guy moves forward. The ladder is placed up. And that means only 1 mongrel is going up the ladder. The other 4 are all keeping it in place. Oh, and then also that guy's asleep. Okay, so now it's 1, and that guard was specifically holding his action to shove the ladder back down. So Yogi, roll me a d20 plus 1, contested against a strength check at advantage. It's unlikely to work, but there's always a chance.
Well,
nope. The mongrels with their sheer body weight keep it in place. And now we cut to, the southern part of the wall. Every mongrel is caught in your sickening radiance, so we'll start rolling for them now. 6d20. That's a pass, 3 failures again. Yep, roll your 4d10. That's a lot of fucking damage. Alright, so that is the lead guy. Instantly takes 21 radiant damage. The second guy is fine, third guy is fine. Fourth guy instantly takes 21 radiant damage. And the 5th guy takes 21 radiant damage. So I think what happens here is the 2 of the people that are securing the ladder, they're near death instantly. They don't know what's happening, the light's consuming them, but the other ladder crew that retreated, they're fine. So these 2 that are holding the ladder scamper off into the darkness. But the one that is at the top of the ladder, he can't do anything. He can't go back because there's people pushing up against his ass. And he can't go forward because there's this guy with a spear.
And the ladder's unstable now, right?
Yeah, there's only 1 person holding it. So I think what he's going to do is he's just literally going to jump onto the wall, and I'm going to have him make an acrobatics check to see if he can basically roll onto the wall from his position. It may not go well if he fails this. Nope! He goes to grab the wall, like to basically jump 10 feet. However, it doesn't work because he gets only a 10, and he falls, so that's going to be 2d10 falling damage. And he splats against the ground and cracks his neck. No! Alright, the other 2 mongrels are fine though. They don't know what's up with that guy and this sickening light, so they're going to continue to push upward. And we get a multi-attack against that first legionnaire. So this is a halberd. I think that first one may kill him. Yes, that instantly kills him. It cleaves through his neck. He drops to the ground, clutching his throat. Now, not all legionnaires have 10 HP. I rolled it, so they vary a little bit. Okay, so that one's dead. And the mongrel, he can't move because he doesn't have bonus action dash, but he wish he could. Alright, what's Hetegal doing? Another help action?
Helping Severus.
Yeah. Alright. A Shrimple help action. Which is this? Okay, Severus, what is this ballistic crew doing? Who do you want them to target?
I want them to target... is there any other crews approaching?
No, not as far as you can tell.
Of the ladder?
You could target one of the people holding the base. You could target the...
It's like a crossbow, so it couldn't actually break the ladder, right?
No, yeah. If you had like
Even
a crossbow, maybe, but
crossbow.
it's just a large crossbow.
Yeah, I want them to target...
The sleeping guy would be an advantage, I think, because he's incapacitated.
But he's also prone, so probably cancels out.
Oh yeah, true.
I want them to target just this guy. Like he's one of the people holding the ladder steady, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. D20 plus 5.
Yep. I'm rolling it. D20 plus 5. 16.
Hit that. Let me check that particular mongrel. So that does hit. So it's 2d12. If you targeted the armored one, that would not have hit, but it does strike this fleshy one, and it doesn't bloody him, but there is now a giant fucking bolt sticking out of his shoulder, and he mules like like a donkey in pain. Zednius.
I'll make him flinch a bit.
This guy goes next, then these guys. So I'm gonna aim at this guy, at the top of the ladder? Is he
Yep.
like visible?
He's easily visible
Alright.
because you're higher than the wall, and he's like level with the wall, so you can easily.
Okay, I'm gonna double Eldritch, or I'm gonna Eldritch him once.
Are you
see if
shoving
it
him?
hits, and then- yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna give him a dexterity saving throw to keep hold of the ladder, because if not, you're gonna throw
If
him
he
like.
keeps hold of the ladder, doesn't the ladder go back 10 feet?
No. He's just gonna keep hold of the ladder. Like you hit him in the chest, and he manages to keep hold. Because the alternative is there's no save, and he instantly gets thrown 20 feet, and he takes fall damage, which is that's cringe. You should get a chance to save it, like to not get thrown off a ladder for 2d10 fall damage. So, as that first one, wait, does it even hit?
DC of my
That does
16
hit.
or no?
Yeah, it'll be your spell save DC. So, dex save? No! Okay, so you hit him in the chest for 8 force damage. Then he gets flung 10 feet backwards, hitting the dirt. That's a 20-foot fall. Oh, God, he's bloodied. He's real bloodied. But he's out of your line of sight now, so good for him.
Okay, and then this one.
Yeah, you can easily see him because he's at the top of the ladder. Jesus, I didn't even think about how repelling blast would, like, fill this equation. This is a fucking nasty combo, dude. All right, he's gonna fight to hold on. Yes! He holds to the ladder as your Eldritch Blast strikes him in the chest, and the ladder quivers, but it doesn't go flying backwards. Okay. This Crow Abomination needs to make a Constitution saving throw against your thing. Pass, and it continues to claw away at the gate. It has done about 40 damage to the gate now. So the gate is starting... Sorry, not to the gate. There's a wooden gate after the drawbridge, but it's done about 40 damage to the drawbridge. So it is literally biting and clawing and chewing its way through the wood that is the drawbridge. That's its turn. Now we have... Oh, this guy's dead. No, the brave hero that was holding the southern ladder is dead. Now we have this whole ass fucking ballista team. What's it doing? Yogi, we'll go with you.
Now that nobody's holding the ladder, it should be easier to shove it off, right?
If you want the ballistic crew to abandon their ballista and fight against the ladder, they can try to do that, yeah.
Yeah, that seems to make more sense since the
they
two
move
guys
aside the
climbing up
corpse
it
of their
right now.
ally. So now this is just going to be a strength to strength. Actually, no, be strength advantage because it's one guy versus 3. So you have advantage. So roll 2d20 d1 plus 1, and I will just roll 1 strength check for this measly mongrel. Oh no! This
Measly
one mongrel. This one
Measly
Giga Chad
Giga Chad
mongrel.
of a +4 mongrel.
He holds against it even as 3 men attempt to push it back, and the ladder remains in position. Severus. You do have advantage on whatever you do because you got the help action.
Yeah. I'm under the impression that this guy is at the very top of the ladder, right?
Absolutely.
I'll sprint at him, dropping my bow, and pulling out my dagger, and then I'll try to slash him right on the throat.
Alright, you do have sneak attack since the Legionnaire is within 5 feet.
And because Hegel is giving me advantage.
Oh, yeah, double. Double sneak.
Ooh!
Oh! No! You're gonna kill him with like 1 hit!
Yep.
Ready?
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see. Yeah, you plunge your dagger up through his jaw. It like pierces through his mouth into his brain, and he just stares there for a moment. His little goat eyes blink at you, and then he tumbles backwards down the ladder. One of the like ladder holders dodges out of the way as his corpse splats against the ground 30 feet later. Jesus. Fucking fortresses, man. Okay, this ladder crew is by far the most successful. They've lost nobody. They're not in any weird-ass magical spells. Oh no, that guy got shoved off by fucking Zedius.
But I'm sorry. Could I have... I still have my bonus action. Can I use my bonus action because cunning action to try to hide by pressing low against this wall?
Yeah, I think that'll work against people that are not climbing the ladders, like the ladder crews, but against people that are on the ladders, they're gonna see you no matter what, just because like sightlines.
I'm just trying to like
Sure.
ambush the ladder crew. When
Yeah,
they
that
come
makes
up.
sense to me. Yeah, make a stealth check.
Yeah.
Okay. Now for this southern ladder. So this guy's gonna move up here, and this mongrel is just trying a very simple maneuver. Just one little thing. He just wants to shove attack this guard. So this is just gonna be a flat contested strength check, no modifiers. So Yogi, roll me a d20 plus 1.
Why are your guys so freaking strong?
That's an
Because
equal one.
mongrels
They're
are
always rolling 20
because
or higher.
mongrels are really strong. I don't know what else to say. All right, he's pushed back. The mongrel seizes the upper position, and now full action
Well, now he's
dash.
not holding onto the ladder.
Yeah, he's just on the
Uh-oh.
wall now. This guy
Lagger.
full action
He's
dash is
lagging.
there. Lagger. one of the ladder crew is going to let go and start climbing. But he can't really get anywhere, so he's just going to move to the... No, he's not going to move to the top. He's smarter than that. He's going to move to the halfway point so that Yogi can't see him and he doesn't fucking just throw him back 20 feet.
How tall are the walls?
The walls are 20 feet high.
I'm on the inside.
They're the same on the outside and the inside.
No, because we're up really high, right? Like,
What?
this is elevated. This is elevated, right?
Yeah, wait, what's your question?
My question is, how tall is the floor to this part?
Oh, well, the parapets are like 2-3 feet high.
Okay,
Oh.
so if I hit this
Oh, I
guy,
thought
he's
they're
going to
way
trip
higher.
over and fall off.
No, no. He's just going to get pushed up against the parapets.
But he's tall. He's taller than 4 feet tall, right?
Yeah, he is taller than 4 feet tall, but the parapets, if you could easily get shoved off them, then they wouldn't be very good parapets. They're meant to be
Yeah,
defensive
then maybe they
structures
should have
that
made
prevent
them
you
taller
from
than 2 feet.
He's just going to get pushed up against the parapets. I'm just
Great.
telling you that. And if anything, him being wider, which he is quite wide, benefits him, because then he's getting pushed in between two separate, arrow slits. All right, this abomination needs to make a con save against the Sickening Radiance. Fail. Roll your 4d10.
That is not what I wanted to roll. Sorry.
He misrolled on that. Oh, mega lol.
Jeez.
Okay,
That's
this Crow Abomination
good roll.
takes 21 Radiant. It's also on 2 Exhaustion, and it sees no purpose here. It's just slowly getting murdered. It can't actually break through this gate because this other one's hitting it. So it is going to squeal out and then scamper off into the darkness.
Half feet.
Yes, that is why it had to action. Oh, well, it's going to get out of the Sickening Radius, but it may not be able to get off the map. Yeah, it gets to there, but it is, so it's still on the map. It is also bloodied after that Sickening Radiance. Alright, which team is this? Oh, this is the team that left the map.
That won't shove him back in, will it?
Alright, now we have the 2 Legionnaires in the gatehouse. This Legionnaire is just going to try to shove down the ladder because there's nothing defending it. It's just like the ladder holders. There's no actual people on the ladder at the moment. So, I'll just roll for him. He's going to do just a strength check. Contested against the bridge. Whoa! I'm just so good at rolling, guys.
Well, that's good.
Dude, I'm hacking. I don't know what else to say. I'm just hacking the
God,
game.
finally did
When the
something.
guard does it, when I do it, he rolls well. When you do it, he rolls poorly. I'm just hacking. I don't know what else to say. Yeah, he shoves the ladder down, and the ladder.
Did you forget to turn off your
Yeah, I forgot to turn off my DMX. Yeah, the ladder falls down, and the mongrels bark and yell as it does so until it strikes the ground, and the Legionnaire seems very pleased with himself. This other Legionnaire, though, he is about to be engaged in a fight for his life, so he's going to take the dodge action.
How much fall damage do they take?
No one was on the ladder at the time, so none.
Oh,
yeah.
I misunderstood.
That's why I was
this
able
guy
to...
was one.
Oh, no, it's the northern ladder that he shoved, not the...
Oh, yeah, sorry, that's not
Yeah.
right.
All right, now we
But
do the
guy
southern
just
ladder. Wait, initiative 0. No, this initiative 0 is these guys. Well, fuck. I guess they just grab their ladder and leave. I mean, they wake up this guy, so he gets woken up for an action. And then he grabs the ladder, they put the corpse of their ally on the ladder, and then they withdraw 30 feet. Damn, they kind of got fucked there. Lost one of their friends, another one got a fucking concussion, and now they're forced to withdraw. Alright,
Well,
now we have
took
the
a nice
southern
nap.
ladder. Yeah, these guys need to make con saves against Yogi's shit. 2 passes, one failure.
2 passes. Okay,
Okay, the guy holding the ladder, he is now bloodied. Now there's the 2 on the ladder. I think the 2
I
on the
thought
ladder...
all 3 were on the ladder.
No. The guy, this bottom guy is holding it still.
Oh, okay.
The 2 on the ladder are just going to start trying to kill as many as they can, to be honest. The one at the lead is going to make 2 halberd attacks against the Legionnaire directly across from him, both of which miss. Oh no. Okay. I mean, they're going to stay. They're not going to withdraw. Etigal.
Help.
Alright. What's this Northern Ballista doing? Severus. Is it targeting the Fleeing Abomination, the Fleeing Ladder Crew, the still engaged Ladder Crew? Oh, that's a bit of fuck thing. No, that's a
Fleeing Abomination.
Okay, alright. D20 plus 5. Alright, that easily strikes it. 2d12 for damage. Alright, the massive scorpion bolt strikes it in the rear. The abomination lets loose another cacophonous cry of pain. Zednius. There's only 2 ladders still on the fort.
If I I don't have a line on the guys on the southern ladder, right? I don't have a line here.
No, they're
There's
about eye
guards in
level
way.
with the Legionnaires. Yeah, you'd have to.
So
Well,
if
actually,
I-
you're
how
10
much
feet
higher
in the
do I need
air.
to go?
Yeah, if you fly up, if you go forward and then up again, you could probably get an upward angle. Yeah. Now, if you
I'll
shoot
do
them
that.
here, it's not going to throw them like horizontally off the ladder. It's going to push them down. So it'd be like bowling balls getting like pushed at a 45-degree angle down the ladder rather than out of the ladder. You know what I mean?
So they won't fall off and take fall damage.
No. Yeah, they'll roll down 45 degrees instead of being thrown out 10 feet. You know what I mean?
Do I have sight on this guy now?
Probably. Yeah, definitely. And he would get thrown off the side, so he would take fall damage.
Yep. He's gonna get shot first.
Okay. You know, your arm recoils as this Eldritch Blast goes flying out. Dark energy strikes him in the chest. Strength's dex saving throw. Nope. He gets flung off the ladder. He takes 1d10 falling damage since he was only halfway up the ladder. So plus your attack, plus fall damage. He is instantly bloody, clutching his chest. Probably got a couple of broken ribs from that.
And then second attack on the guy at the top of the southern ladder.
Okay. That definitely hits. He's in a really awkward spot. I'm going to make 2 dexterity saving throws for him and the guy on the ladder behind him because you're pushing him down into that guy. Okay, he holds onto the ladder. However, the force of him getting hit sort of knocks him backwards, and he kicks the guy behind him, and that guy rolls down to the base of the ladder. So no fall damage taken, but the progress in that guy is reset. Which abomination is this? Oh, this is the one clawing at the gate. It's going to keep going. Constitution saving throw, pass, and more damage inflicted on the gate. The gate has lost 70 HP. So it is literally getting like ripped to shreds. It's not looking good. All right, this southern ballista crew. Yogi, I think you said you just wanted them to like shove off the ladder.
Has it been? Oh, it hasn't been 6 turns. Well, now that there's only one guy up here, they should just try to kill him, I think.
Okay, all right, then that will be
They're spears.
3 spear attacks against the mongrel. You can roll. They have a slightly higher modifier than +1, so let me go find that. To hit, it is +3. So roll 3d20, and we'll just have +3 in our head to see if it hits. The first one hits, the other 2 do not, though. So that is d6 plus, no, 2d4 plus 1. All right, it gets a good little jab into the tusk of the boar, and it squeals out as it is bloodied. Severus.
Alright.
Only 2 mongrels made it onto the wall, man. Fuck.
I'm stabbing this guy.
Yeah, I'm sure you are. You have advantage.
Sure.
That hits, and it's sneak, so it's almost a guaranteed kill. Yeah, you stab him through the side of the head. Oh, man.
And then I step up to this guy, like right onto this guy's corpse.
Yep.
Just make sure he's not moving an inch.
Yep. All right, this ladder crew, this is the one that's actually made progress. What are they doing? Okay, I think the mongrel that's on the wall currently is going to make a shove attack against the Legionnaire. So I will roll for the Legionnaire, see if it can resist. It does. Bro, it's just DM hacks. I don't know what else to say. All right, the injured mongrel
Never
is
roll below
going
a 10 giga
the injured mongrel is going to take to holding the ladder, and an armored mongrel begins to climb. He's in not quite plate, but the arrow equivalent of it.
He's gonna get shot.
And now we have the fleeing abomination is off the map. Then these are the gatehouse guards, the one who have been fighting with Severus. Now they're just stabbing. That's what they're doing. They're just fucking stabbing the shit out of these mongrels. Miss and miss. And then finally, the northernmost ladder crew just fully withdraws. All right, round 4. 2 more rounds, and the first wave of allied reinforcements arrive. Which group is this? This is the southern ladder. Okay, I think this is the turn where they all die.
Are these guys at the top left just not here?
They are. It's just how can they? They can't really swivel their thing to.
But
they're told to
arrows.
hold their
They
they're
got
told to
torpedoes.
hold their ballistas. They're not because imagine if an attack was coming from another angle, right? Then you'd leave a whole section of the fortress undefended. Yeah.
Yeah. It's probably good.
All right, so these guys.
Is that
I'll
the middle
make
ladder?
on.
Oh, it's
18
the
is the
convoys.
bottommost ladder, and I think 2 just
2
fail. So depending on what you roll here, I think that whole ladder could just die. Yeah, so the guy that was holding the ladder and the guy at the top of the ladder both just die of radiant damage. Their eyes, smoke and singe, and then the sockets burn inward, and then this one just tumbles back, splatting against the ground. They're just like singed corpses. Only their eye sockets, though. And the last remaining mongrel flees off into the darkness. So 3 of them fled, and 3 of them died. That whole ladder crew is just gone. Pat
We've
Hagal?
only lost 1 man, not bad.
True.
Hagal's just gonna keep helping.
All right.
It's been very useful.
Which crew is this? This is the northernmost crew. Can they shoot anything? They can. No, it's kind of a fucked angle. I don't know about that one. Well, they can see past the wall because they're a little bit higher. Is there anything they can see in radius? Yeah, we'll just have them make attack against this guy, but he's in cover, so Severus, roll a d20 plus 5. The AC of the mongrel is going to be plus 2 because that's kind of a weird angle to shoot him at.
D20 plus 4.
Yep. All right, the ballista bolt still strikes. It must just, work its way right past the wall, and 2d12 damage. Dead. Oh, that's a brutal. It just impales him. He's not just dead. He is impaled through the earth as a ballista bolt is just like holding him in the air. God damn, that's a gruesome one. That's enough for a little sketch on the map. God damn. Sheesh, that guy's fucking dead. All right, that guy's impaled. All right, Zednius.
1 second. I have to look up a spell.
Okay, no problem. Pretty low casualty on both sides, all things considered. I mean, they charge you 30 band and they only lost like 5. Still not good, but it could have been worse.
Okay, that's not good. That
That's not
spell
good.
sucks.
Oh,
Arms of Hadar wouldn't have
Oh,
been good
yeah.
in this situation.
no, definitely not.
I thought it might grab him, the mongrel, the brute, so he couldn't run away when he starts
Oh.
getting hurt.
Yeah.
Um,
It also cancel your sickening radiance.
no, it wouldn't. It's not concentration.
What? Oh, that's crazy.
That's why I was looking it up. What else is not concentration? So much of my crap is concentration. Oh,
Yeah.
blinding and deafness is not. So I'm going to blind Big Lad there.
Okay, what's the save?
DC 16.
Of what?
Oh, it's con again.
Okay.
And then I think I can
Pass.
target more than one creature. So I can target 3 creatures. So he passed. Then the 2 that are at the top of the wall by
Makes sense.
Severus.
Con, fail. Con, fail. So the 2 mongrels
They're
that
both
made it up to
blind.
the wall, they were ready to kill some humans. They were ready to finally get a W, and now they're fucking blind. No! They were doing so well! God damn it! Alright, well, now this abomination makes another con save. Pass
Spooky
again.
damage.
It continues to claw into the wall, and it is up to... I'm going by intervals of 10, just for you guys. It is up to 100 damage inflicted on onto the drawbridge. It has literally clawed its way a hole into the drawbridge, and now it's like widening the hole. A fucking feral
How
animal.
many of these guys did Hegal see when he scanned
12.
the entire layout? 12 total?
Yeah.
Okay.
All right, this
that's not-
crew gets back on their ballista. They spend their turn like swiveling the ballista, readjusting the sights, and next turn they'll fire at the abomination. But dismounting from the ballista kind of fucked up some of their shit, so it's gonna take them around to get back into the zone. Severus, you are fighting a blinded enemy, so if you didn't already have advantage, which you did, now you have like double advantage.
Yeah, but the other 2 guys also have it.
Oh, true. Yeah, true.
Yeah.
Yeah, just kill him
Fuck 'em up.
as you do. Yep, that hits. That does not kill him in one hit. That was pretty bad sneak damage roll. You do bloody him, though, as you stab your blade into his gut and then twist and get a quick slice against the face. And the barks and mules of this latter group are clear. You don't need to speak whatever fucking language they speak to understand the thing. It's basically, we're the only ones here. They're tearing us apart. Get the fuck out. So the 2 ladder guys, the guys supporting the ladder, they just stop. They just leave. Straight up, they're just running away off into the darkness. The one at the top of the ladder, he's blind, so I'm just going to roll a dex save to see if he can navigate his way down the ladder without falling.
I hope he runs into
Nope.
the blind.
He
into
falls,
the
so he
Sickening
takes-
radiance.
He takes 2d10 falling damage. He strips down over himself. He takes 11 bludgeoning damage, but he can hear the voices of his allies, so he runs off into the darkness. However, the mongrel on the wall, he's fucked. I mean, he can try to get on the ladder, but he either escapes or he takes like 3 opportunity attacks. Either way, he's fucked. So, what'd he do? You know, let's make a wisdom check. If he passes, he's running. If he fails, he's running. If he passes, he's just staying to fight to his death. Okay, he's staying to fight to his death. He's gonna make a disadvantage great axe attack, 2 of them against a legionnaire to his left. Hit. Miss. So, I wonder if this... Even though he's blind, he swings towards the sound of talking, and he decapitates the legionnaire that was holding the guardhouse with you. Maximus, you know, so far you've lost 2 men, you know, probably named Maximus, because that's like 80% of everyone in the Empire. And there is, yeah, him and 1 other creature are still remaining. Oh, and now the gatehouse guardsman gets his revenge. He is going to spear the mongrel with advantage. That hits. The mongrel's still alive, still kicking, still fighting. What's Hedhegal doing?
It's interesting because if he attacks, he's no longer invisible.
True, but if he
the help doesn't help. Yeah, but I don't want everyone to know about Hedhegal like that.
Oh, yeah. That's fair.
So Hedhegal is just gonna meander over here.
Okay. Which legionnaire?
Because Severus doesn't need the help action anymore.
The northernmost ballistic crew.
They
They're
can't
going
do
to.
anything.
Oh no, there's something they can do. They're going to load a bolt in. They're going to aim it at you, Severus, and one of them shouts, "Get out of the way, Lord Judge!" Zednius, it's your turn.
I'm gonna fly over to the wall and like get lower.
Yeah, you can. Just land
and
on
then
it
I'm
if
just
you
gonna
want.
start shooting this guy.
Okay. Hit, and it gets shoved 10 feet back, or?
Yep.
Okay, you shove it 10 feet back. Do you shove it again?
If I think that'll push it out of the range.
Correct.
So no.
Okay.
Or yes, I will. Yes.
Okay. So you shove him 1, 2, and it takes 16. So you just slide this almost 1,000-pound creature 20 feet. There's like earth torn up by the claws of this creature because it has those big old like raven talons. And you inflict 16 force damage on it. The creature is bloodied. On its turn, you see too, 1 bloody eye. You know, blood is like filling it up. And from burst blood vessels, it stares at you, Zednius. And then withdraws into the darkness.
Coward.
So all that is left is this southern crew, and they swivel around their ballista, and they also don't want to accidentally shoot Severus, so they shout out, "Lord Judge, move!" Severus, what are you doing?
Wait, he's screaming at me, Lord Judge.
He's got like 5 HP.
Both ballista crews are yelling for you to move because they're both trying to
Don't
fire
waste
at the
the
sky from a crossfire angle.
Wait, this guy right here?
Yeah, both of them want to fire.
The guy
at him.
that's almost
They're
dead. Yeah.
Yeah, they're on the wall, so they can both shoot him.
No, I'm just taking him out. What the fuck?
Okay. Yeah, fair enough. Yeah, that is. Yeah, you plunge your dagger through their neck. The 2
Not
crew...
wasting any ballista balls.
The 2 scorpion crews go quiet as you know the guy drops to the ground. And the drums. You never noticed them
I don't want
stopping.
to drop out of combat until the big guy's out of my range because I want to keep peppering him with Eldritch.
He's out of your range that round.
Anyway.
You pushed him 30 feet
Well,
away.
he's
and then
120
he action
away?
dashed 80 feet, so he's
Okay,
at.
if it's
Oh, well,
80
it doesn't
feet, I
matter.
thought he
She's
was-
in the darkness anyway, so it doesn't matter.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Oh, right.
That's true, it is dark, yeah.
Yeah, the sickening radiance fades.
Well,
And
we lost.
around this time, you know, a swarm of guards will exit the barracks, you know, armed and armored, you know, their equipment is on. The Optio will sprint up the wall and say, "What the hell happened here?" And, you know, soldiers will swarm the wall and shit. And you guys can debrief them. We don't need to go through the whole, like, oh, well, they attacked the wall. But I do want to zoom in, you know, 30 minutes later. At the
We
casualties
take the
are being
ladders
counted.
into our side.
Sure, what are you going to do with them?
Lay them on the floor. I don't know.
Okay.
Just not so they're right there set up for the guys.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, that was not quite
Seems
what
like
I
a
was
DM moment waiting to happen. You guys didn't say you got rid of the ladders.
I don't think that was a DM moment waiting to happen to clarify.
It could have been.
I don't think so. Yeah, so I think maybe an hour later, you know, most of the men have gone back to sleep. The ones who fought, they've been cycled off duty because, you know, they did their job very well.
I need a rest this time though, so I can't
Um,
help with the silence.
unfortunately, you already stayed up. Like, this attack came at almost midnight, so you're not getting short rest tonight. But the gatehouse, is sort of somber. And Severus,
Well, can I get it in the next 8 hours? Can I go to sleep in a dark room?
if you're willing to sleep through the early morning, yeah. There is no
sure,
dark room, but there is the warehouse with every other guard.
I'm going to get the short rest right now then.
Okay. The corpses of the abominations of the Zednians are placed all around that one that got skewered through. There's just they're just piled in that direction. The dead legionnaires are they're not really buried. You just don't have time for that. They're stripped of their equipment and they're put in a cold little cold cellar. They'll be buried when there's time to bury them. And Zednius goes to sleep almost immediately. The Optio takes over as one of the men on duty. But Severus, you stay up a bit longer because you don't really need a short rest. And that guy that was defending the gatehouse with you, not the one that died, the one that lived, he's off duty, but it's 1 a.m. You're just staring out at the darkness, and he'll walk up to you.
Just wanted to say thank you, Lord Judge.
I'm sorry, is this the young guy that spoke to me earlier?
Yeah. No, this is just the one that was defending the gatehouse with you, the one that survived.
Wait, will one of the guys next in the gatehouse die?
Yeah.
Wait, I missed that. Who did he die to?
He got beheaded by one of the blind mongrels.
Oh, what the fuck?
Yeah, they got a natural 19 on a disadvantage.
That sucks.
Yeah. So the one that survived joins you on the gatehouse looking into the darkness. And he said, I wanted to thank you, Lord Judge.
I'll just look over to him. You okay? How old is this guy?
He's one of the older recruits. He seems to be maybe 19, 20. He's got a little bit of a beard, a shaggy beard growing
Older, 19. Oh, God.
Yeah, well, of the garrison, yeah.
Yeah, I feel bad for this guy.
And he'll say,
I failed to push down the ladder. I got one of them, but if I'd gotten the second one, then maybe. But,
okay.
you came in, and if you hadn't been there, who knows what would have happened. They probably would have stormed the gatehouse. Maybe they even would have lowered the drawbridge. So I just wanted to say thank you.
I understand it's hard to see men to die next to you. I'll look at him and say, judging by your age, you probably haven't seen many a battle like this, so you did well. You should be proud of yourself.
Thank you.
Although it's not gonna feel like it. That's normal.
yeah,
You learn to endure it. It's never gonna feel good.
he nods, and even though he's been specifically dismissed by the Optio, he remains just there for another hour, just sometimes walking along the walls, looking out into the darkness. You've done way more military covert action than Zednius has, and you know that you've been on the sieging end of this. When a force like this is besieged, it's not one of the strongest tools that an aggressor has is keeping your opponent off balance. And for people like this guy, he's probably not going to be able to sleep for the next several nights, because every time he does, he'll be thinking about that drum, those cries, the cawing of the crows, and they can employ any of those
next to him.
Yeah, that guy. Yeah, you not being
He's
there.
traumatized.
And whenever they want, the attackers can just make one of those sounds and then not attack, and it's just going to seriously fuck with the heads of everyone on the defense and just grind through their ability to sleep.
And also the ability that it's a very well-known strategy for sieging forces to just launch not proper but just half-assed assaults at people just to keep them on their toes, just to make them always second guess themselves.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, you know enough to be that was obviously not the goal. They have almost 4 times those numbers. If they had attacked with that level of stealth, which would be hard because there's just when you have 4 times the number of troops, trying to keep it quiet is very difficult. But if they had, they maybe could have overwhelmed the fort with 96 mongrels. That's 10 separate ladders, 12 abominations, a spellcaster, who knows. But yeah,
They chose not to.
They chose not to, yeah. Or they couldn't have.
But maybe they just wanted to evaluate how well we would defend ourselves.
Yeah,
Which is
and
even
2
scary to
for
think about.
They were attacking an entrenched position and they lost. They brought one of their dead back to their lines. So all told, they lost 7 men and you lost 2. So a pretty small little skirmish, but scary.
Well, they're nearly like 2 of their abominations got hit pretty heavily.
Multiple of them have like 2 levels plus of exhaustion as well.
Yeah, it ends the second the spell ends, though.
No.
Oh, the exhaustion does.
Does
Yeah,
it?
the exhaustion does. The
I think
damage
so.
doesn't, but the
Yeah.
exhaustion does.
Wait, does it say that?
Yep, it does
Yeah,
at the
it
bottom of
does.
the
I
spell.
forgot.
Oh, I
that it said
misremember
that.
that.
Yeah. That'd be a crazy fucking ability if not. I'd be using that against you like every session. That shit's crazy. Alright, you guys get some sleep. For Zenius, it's until like 10 a.m. For Severus, it's significantly less than that. When you wake on the 11th of February. It's a relatively chill day. There's no rain today. It's just heavily moist, so a lot of the moisture traps that you have begun to collect some water. The daughter and the kids of the Quaestor and the Quaestor himself have stayed relatively in like 3 rooms. They just don't want to see the exterior of the fort. Men have been busy all morning cleaning up blood and attending to like grooming situation. The Optio, he was concerned with some of the performance of taking a full minute to get ready, so he's been trying to like drill all morning to get men to like get ready in less than 30 seconds. They won't have their armor on, but that doesn't really matter. They literally just need a spear and their muscles, and that should be enough to hold the fort. So he's been drilling that all day. What about you guys? What are you
Also,
up
I'd like
today?
to raise the concern that when pushing the ladders, we should have like maybe like wooden poles or anything ready so that people can, or maybe have people use their spears to leverage them against the ladders, making it hopefully easier to push them.
Okay, yeah, I think we can cut to you and the Optio. You're in the courtyard, and the Optio is looking at these 2 wooden ladders that you guys captured, and you walk up and you bring him this concern. He says,
Yeah, I've been thinking about something along those lines. You know, if we had a pry bar, that's the real way to do it. But one of the men proposed we take these ladders and take the rungs, turn those into clubs or something similar. Just some reserve weapon in case things get bad. Maybe even turn them into torches, and then turn the long parts of the ladder, turn those into pushing rods. I mean, that's 20 feet of straight wood. Remarkably good carpentry for, monsters.
Yeah, I think that's a good idea.
All right, we'll position a 20-foot pole at each of the ballistas and then one at the main gatehouse.
Good.
and I know what you're up to today, Severus. Zenius, what is the chosen book that has been absorbing your time over the last couple days?
Folding, probably.
Folding. What
Because
is that
I have
written
the
in?
folding.
Origami.
I think it's written in Fiendish, but it's up to you have it written down, or you have it up. I don't have it up.
Okay, yeah, I'll go take a look
Just
at that. Give
demon
me a moment.
origami,
I'm
nothing
just
special.
putting planks at various positions on the wall at the moment.
And then also it's been a day, so Hegel should do.
Oh yeah, he's
the
at 30
scouting
HP. He'll
again.
do some scouting if you want. Okay, one moment. Okay, the planks have all been placed. I will adjust Hedgal's HP manually.
Fiendish folding, yeah.
Okay, I'll get there in un momento. Yeah, we will do Fiendish, folding, and then we'll talk about Hedgal. Alright. Pax Mithdosica, tomes. We got ourselves our Fiendish book, and then we have folding. Okay. This short novel is about 30 pages. So it takes you about 2 days because you're using comprehend languages to read through it. It describes, in a sort of scholarly level of detail, the breaking and folding of many objects, such as, example, first page, a sheet of parchment, and then it describes in lengthy detail what happened when you folded it twice, 3 times, 4 times, 6 times, 7 times is the most that they're able to fold it until they say this level of strength required to fold it is beyond what they have access to. Then there's more odd items like a table. Very, they say it folds twice before it snaps. Then there's things like a frog, a dog, a human. All told, there's about 40 different things that they folded, about half of which you would say are like probably violations of some sort of like rules of nature. The other 20 though are just like mundane household objects. So,
Are they organized in that way to where?
It's the first
living
20 are pretty
objects?
benign, and then the last 20
Okay.
are like living
I didn't know if
things.
it was like interspersed, as in like we don't know. The difference
Oh yeah, it's just we got
objects
our
and
table,
people.
we got a futon, then we have a human, then we have a baby. No,
Yeah.
it's pretty distinctly separated. But yeah. Oh, also every single observation, like after there's this lengthy description of what happens, and then the very bottom of the page reads folding, 7 times folded. Just a little epitaph at the end of every page.
Okay, and it's however many times, right? The 7
No,
was
it
just
always
for the
says
paper.
7.
Oh, interesting.
7 seems to be a special number in the book. All right. Yeah, Head Hagal will leave your shoulder, and he will go out to scout. He will mention that the density of ravens has increased. I don't know if you noticed, but we were on the battle map before. There are now ravens even closer to the fort in the north and the south. All told, he is guessing minimum thousands now, probably tens of thousands of ravens in this just short vicinity of forest. The forest floor is covered in raven shit, and the trees are practically chock full of them. It was harder to see at night, but now during the daytime, you can just look, and almost every tree you see, avian eye staring back at you. As for the war camp, there seem to be little changes. There are, of course, less. There's about a couple less Zednians, but there have been no major reinforcements. The abominations look to be healthy. They seem to have entirely recovered from their wounds sustained the day prior. And you saw no humans in that assault. There seems to be about the same number of humans left over. The only difference is that their defenses have grown a bit more substantial. There's now a couple dozen ladders. The dirt mounds that they were using to make this sieging line have turned to wooden fortifications in some areas. There's an actual tent that most people are sleeping in. All the humans are sleeping in tents. Most of the Zednians are sleeping in tents. And they seem to have been gotten a food shipment of some sort, because they have these big old pots of boiling stew. It's much, much better than the rations that you guys are eating. You guys are just eating dried meat and dried grapes. It's fine, but not ideal.
Okay. And they don't seem to be on. Wait, did you say they got reinforcements, or it's the same amount of people?
No, it's about the same number of people.
Okay. Still the one guy. Is he more on guard?
He has his own tent now, and there is a human stationed outside of it on guard duty. But beyond that, you don't notice any additional defenses.
Okay.
Is it staff round 2?
What?
Is it staff theft round 2?
It could be, but I don't think. Actually, because now how big is the tent? I could just cast anti-magic on the tent.
It's not that large at all.
Yeah, because now he would probably think that the guard is enough, but I'm an invisible demon thing.
He was also aware about the prior anti-magic field because his staff didn't work.
Oh, okay. How about Hagal just undoes the straps to his tent like a little mischievous little guy?
Okay. Hagal begins to roll in that direction.
Wait. I would rather I would rather us sabotage the ladders.
Okay. The ladders are watched over by 3 or 4 mongrels who are working on not only building new ones, sawing down. They're remarkably good carpenters, but also they are watching over the ones that they've already constructed. All told, they have about 12 additional ones.
12. Okay. And they're building one more at the moment? They build one at a time?
They build one at a time, yeah.
Oh, that means that they're going to do a full force, and we have to be super prepared.
Even if they do full force, just based on that assault, I think you learned a lot. One of the biggest things you learned is that on the frontal side of the fortress, there's really only 3 spots to put ladders. So even if they build 20, there's really only a limited number of spots that they can actually assault with ladders. So.
Well, and the big guys have to go through the front gate, which I can block off with.
Yeah, and those guys can't stand on ladders ever. Oh, sorry, that's another thing. The gate, the drawbridge is now useless for us, walking across it or as a defensive measure. It has literally had a hole ripped through it, so they just leave it down now because it's a hole. You can't even walk across it. It's just an open fucking pit. So now the double gate, is the only thing that keeps the fort secure.
How much
there are 2 of them.
HP do we think the double gate has?
Somewhere
we said the drawbridge had about 100.
Yeah, somewhere in the range of 200 to 300.
And only one big man can attack at a time. And how much damage were they doing?
Between 10 to 30.
Okay, so if I can get my thing down...
Actually, let's go to the battle map so it makes a bit more sense. So there are two gates that secure the fort. There's the external one. Well, first there was the drawbridge. Then there's the external one, which is, I'm going to mark it here. Then there, underneath the gatehouse, there's like a little pathway, which I will mark in a moment. It's like this. A little pathway like that. Do you see that gray line, or should I change the color?
Yeah, you should change the color, but I can see it.
I'll change it to green. There's a little pathway here. And then there is another double gate. So you see that the pathway widens. So there are two gates. The problem is that the internal one can really only be defended from the gatehouse, because you see those three angle ports? I just covered them up, but you see where they are. So there are two gates. Yeah. The problem is that once they breach that outer one, it's only like 2 or 3 people that can shoot down.
I want to move one of these. I think that this corner that has 2 ballistas should move this one to like this corner. And then put this one also down here, because we only have 1 ballista on the gate, and that just seems stupid. Is that possible?
Is what possible?
To put 2 ballistas down on this bottom one that have sight on this gate, because it seemed like...
I don't think 2 can fit there, right? Because the only spot, like, it's not like... If a ballista was here, it can't shoot down on the gate. There's too much shit in the way. It really can only be here.
It just seems like a poorly designed tower then, huh?
Hey, that is fair. That is a very fair critique. Bring that up with a... Mithdosian engineer, but at the moment this is the fort we're dealing with. Also, what's his name? The Quaester agrees with you. That's why I wanted a fucking cannon, because for a cannon you just position.
Also, we've got
on
nothing on the south. You've got nothing guarding the south.
Luckily, though, the south is almost. I'm not gonna say impossible to assault. It's just that one, there's a really steep slope.
Is this wall way taller?
Yeah, there's a really steep slope. This is still 20 feet, but this upper one is 40 feet. So it's again.
None of the ladders are 40 feet, are they?
You could just put 2 on top of each other, but. At the moment, no, none of them are 40 feet. But, yeah, basically this southwestern corner and the northern wall. So this area, this northern area, and the southern area are the 2 most defended areas by far. And the western edge, I'm not going to say it's impossible, but you have to keep in mind the river's over here. So this is like swampy ground that's difficult to attack. I just realized for the viewers I was on the wrong map. But yeah, this western edge is hard to assault. Southern edge is hard to assault. The northern edge is hard to assault. So it's really just this, like, this area that can be assaulted.
So what? Since I can see through his eyes, I'm relaying this to the Optio.
Which parts?
That they've got like 12 ladders now.
Mm-hmm.
So that means they might send a much larger force this next time. We need to make.
Yeah, I think you're in the Quaester's office with yourself, Severus, and the Optio, and he'll nod along as you give him all this info, but then he'll like sort of shrug and say, "The problem is that I'm not sure if anything can be done. I mean, we all know they're likely to come at night, but they could also come during the day just as easily. It's not like anything stops them. We'd be able to shoot on them from farther away, but if they raise up any sort of oh, this is a question. Do they have any sort of wooden barricades or anything that they could use to move closer to the fort? If not, that could be an indication that they're going to come during the night."
I don't think I saw anything. I'll verify with that goal.
Yeah, I mean, your recollection is correct. There's this... Severus, you may know what I'm talking about. Like, there's these wooden things that you move closer to a fort. They're not called barricades. They're not called palisades. There's a name for them, and you slowly move them closer to a fort as you're getting ready for the assault. They're used for, like, archers to fire behind.
A siege tower? Is that just what it's called?
Those are, like, the big boys. There's these little simple wooden screens that you use to approach forts.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about. The ones that have a slightly taller on the outside, and that have like U-shape, almost U-shape.
Yeah.
In the middle, so that you can. Yeah,
that's what I'm picturing.
I know you kind of put those down in like fucking. What's it called?
Like Medieval 2. You can do it in that one. Mordhau. Interesting. But the point is that if they were building those, that would be a really good indication they're planning on slowly moving up their lines and then assaulting during the day. But you find nothing along those lines. In fact, you do some more research and you realize that even though almost every single Mongol is armed with a short bow, they seem to only have arrows on them. There's no like central supply depot. So that means they have not that many arrows. So it's unlikely they're going to go for like a long, prolonged siege of like poking at you over the course of days. They'll probably just come during the night. And with that information, the Optio will nod. Well, I mean, I'll have to ask the Quaester to approve it, but we could swap around everything we're doing. Double the garrison at night and have it during the day.
Sounds wise. I'm wondering if there's anything we can do about the ladder situation. It seemed we couldn't shove them off. We talked about grease earlier.
Now, I mean, if we assume they attacked the exact same spots as last night, then we can grease up those spots. But I think that the 20-foot pole should help. Again, if we had time and resources, we could put spikes on the walls. We could get boiling pitch. There's 1,000 different things that they teach us about, but we just simply don't have it. The best thing we have is burning coals, and we have enough to drop that once, and then we can't use our forge anymore. So, flip around the duty roster. Double during night, half during day.
Sounds wise to me.
All right. I'll make sure the orders are sent out. And, well, from what I can tell, the morale of the men is starting to improve. They think we can actually win this thing, so thank you for that.
Yes.
So, we continue through the rest of the 11th. Night comes, and the walls fill up with men. This time, additional troops have been placed at the gatehouse, have been placed along the walls, have been placed at the bastions, and the ones that are off duty have been told, like, hey, you need to be ready in 30 seconds if someone calls, and if not, you're getting personally punished. So the walls are a lot more busy as you guys join. In fact, there's not even room for you in the gatehouse because there was already 4 men on watch. So you guys position yourselves in that sort of like secondary fallback position overlooking the fort. And you wait. Are you trying to get a short rest tonight, or are you guys willing to stay up?
I'm willing to stay up, but I was wondering, so how many mongrels were watching over the ladders? Because I did want to see if Hagal could, like, make them loose on some floorboards or...
Yeah, there were 4 people watching over the ladders. The only problem with Hagal sabotaging them is that he has no tools to do it with, and even though, you know, he's a little sooty potty boy, he can't just form his body into anything he wants. So... all he really has is like blunt force. Like he could rip a rung out, but then they'd probably just repair it. He's not capable of like very subtle.
He does acid damage.
Yeah.
But that would probably mean he shows up, right?
Correct. He'd need to make a pseudopod attack to do that.
Okay. I don't think I want to do that.
Okay. Then, yeah, when night comes, Hagal will remain watching over the ladders. The guards remain, but the carpenters, the mongrel carpenters, go back to sleep. And you and Severus have some alone time. It's just the 2 of you.
Are the ladders unguarded now that all the mongrels are asleep?
No, 4 remain awake guarding them.
Oh, 4 remain awake.
Okay. Yeah. So it's just you and Severus on the upper level, like on that 40-foot high section, looking out towards the fort. Do you guys talk at all when it's just... I mean, literally it's just the 2 of you because Hagal's out scouting.
I don't know what we would... I feel like he probably wants to talk to me about my workers, you know, my indentured, my helpers, you know?
Yeah. I completely forgot about that. Thanks for reminding
You
me.
forgot about the slavery arc from Severus? Or is that
Yeah, I can't believe you just asked him about, like, so... You know, what was that about, you know, your servants?
They were gifted to me from Tullius. They owed a debt to the previous owner, and they're helping to pay it off by working.
And you think that's okay?
Why wouldn't it be?
Well,
The Overlord, or not? What's the fifth name? Emperor.
Now it's the Emperor.
Yeah.
In this empire, we call him an Emperor.
It's standard within the Empire.
you know, I of course knew about it, but that was always in the impression that the people who become these servants were like criminals and the likes. I think they just made regular poor people into
Well, maybe they
servants.
are criminals. I don't know. I didn't ask too many questions.
You treat them well?
Of course. I've given them all... Actually, I have no idea. I wanted the attire to be all like black and goldy, purple, similar to
Yeah,
my
you made
robes,
the
but that's
overseer buy them
probably...
some new clothes.
Yeah.
What
They fit the
how
theme.
much do you pay them?
Oh, that's all handled by the headmaster. Or the grand servant? What would you call that?
Overseer, master servant,
The
either
overseer
way would work.
Yeah, it's
House
all
master.
handled by the master servant.
And you don't beat them, right? Like you treat them
Of course
well.
not. Why would I beat them?
You see that guy out with a whip, the plantation.
I don't know if you're talking about my place or
No, he's talking about
Where-
the wood cot chopping place you guys were at.
The fact that you think a guy with a whip would be your place makes me think.
Well, I didn't know if you were just making stuff up and like hoping that it hit. I don't know.
No, he's talking about the lumber yard.
Oh,
Wait, we're talking. Oh, that's just
It's
Steve,
nothing
you just
like
eat
that.
Slaves.
this is out in a lawless land. I follow all the laws to the T, of course.
And
Never just
treat
whip
them well, right?
You've asked this about 4 times. Of course, I treat them well.
Yeah, but when I say treat well, I mean like you give them proper quarters. They have food and water. They have free
Compared
time.
to other people in their position, they are thriving. I must tell you,
Well, that's not much, really.
they would much rather work for me than anyone else.
That's not much. I'm sure a starving man would much rather eat moldy bread than a rotting rat, but that doesn't make it much better.
I'm not sure what you want me to say. I treat them well. More than most, if not all.
You need them? Like, couldn't you just like hire some? Give them freedom and hire someone else? I mean, how much can their debt really be, right? We're rich
I
compared
don't
to
know
them.
the specifics. It's all handled by the master servant.
He said that for like the 3rd time. I'm getting suspicious.
true.
I'll roll inside check on that one.
I don't know the details, Severus. I mostly practice with my
Yeah.
sword with you with the rapier, and I read my books in my library. I don't know what else.
You know, you
you
roll an
maybe-
insight, and despite it being a 6, I think you have this realization. It's almost an epiphany. He literally does not know or care. It's just he went to the estate. He probably just told some random guy, like, "Hey, oh, you'll take care of it. Great, I don't care." And then he just moved on with his life. Like he literally does not care.
I made them look nice, you know. They had to be appropriate.
So, how about
This
when
person
we
who
get back?
owns 50 people does not care.
How about when we go back? We should at least talk to them. Learn about who they are.
Why?
They're people. People of the Empire.
Yes, and they're serving it well by working for me.
Red News. You have to. You have to realize how horrible this sounds.
How is it any different than like conscripting all these men to die in this fort? It's much better on land side.
I don't think mandatory conscription is great either. But at least these men are free. They're not
Are they?
owned.
Can they go home to their wives right now?
Well, obviously we're being encircled by a sieging force, but if we weren't, they probably could take a holiday.
When we get back, I'll let you talk to the master servant to get all your questions answered.
Yeah. And please, for the love of God, hire real servants. Don't hire
They
slaves.
are real. What do you mean?
No indentured servants, okay? Come on, man, you're better than this.
Well, you
I
guys
know you are.
spend the next hours of the night, Severus occasionally poking at the morality of the people you own. Technically, you own their labor contracts, not them, but I mean, come on.
What's the difference?
Yeah, technically. So you burn through the night, and at one point, the crows start cawing, and some men grow an edge, and then a fox exits from the woods, attempting to take refuge within the shadow of the wall. It eventually leaves, and the crows squawk at it. But no assault comes. You guys get about 3 hours of sleep. It's not great, but again, you've both put up with worse things. Zednius, not as many times, but he has undergone worse things than this. You both wake up on the 12th. It's raining again today, though not quite in the great sheets that it was yesterday. And you notice when you guys wake up at around 6 in the morning, the entire defending force is gathered on the eastern wall. Almost 30 men, plus the Optio, just looking out they're on the eastern edge of the fort, just looking out in the distance.
I'm asking Hegal to report in.
Yeah, Hegal reports in, and you can see that he is looking at one of these crow abominations. However, the crow abomination is currently surrounded by about 6 Zednians that are holding it down, while the man with the staff approaches it slowly, and there are humans playing instruments. It seems to be a ritual of sorts as the man with the staff approaches the abomination.
It's a ritual.
And is this
seems like a great?
What are the okay? So now, what are the people up at the wall?
Yeah, you guys can exit the sleeping lounge and climb up a series of stone steps and jog your way to the eastern wall, and people part to make room. And you look, and everyone's just staring at this ritual. It's being done like in the plain open. It's 500 feet to the east, which isn't that far. I mean, it's less than a football field. And one of the people, you can hear there's all sorts of speculation along the wall, like maybe they're getting ready for an attack.
How big is a football field?
Football field's 300 feet, or 100 meters.
Wait, but you said 500 feet. That's less than a football field. How are you?
I meant to say more. I just had a stroke. All right. So it's about 150 meters away. And there's a lot of speculation, like, oh, maybe this is they're planning an attack, maybe, or this is some rad ritual. They're going to cast dark magic. But the Optio is just wordlessly watching from the gate.
We should. Do you think the ballistas could reach that far?
The Optio glances over.
No, they can fire out at 100 yards best. We'll have to wait
Not
until
even
they're
accurately, just to interrupt them a bit.
All right. Ballista crew Sequinius. Fire.
Don't waste too many bolts.
Fire 2 bolts. Downrange. Maximum range. Don't worry about accuracy.
And the men nod, and they angle the thing up at about a 60-degree angle, and then and the bolt goes sailing through the air for about 7 full seconds before it plants in the dirt, 100 feet to the left of this whole ritual site. And a couple of the Zednians that are holding down the abomination, they start to move a little bit, but the man with the staff slams the staff into the dirt. And the ritual continues. And the Optio says, another one. And the bolt strikes the earth, 200 feet to the bottom right-ish of this whole ritual site. It's never going to hit. But some of the people there get a bit freaked out.
Like a third salve and then stop wasting bolts, I guess.
Yeah. Ultimately, the ritual will continue. And Zednius, are you going to look at this from the distance that you are at, or do you want to see it in the up-close 4K POV of Hegal? Okay.
Can Hegal do the anti-magic thing again, or is that a
he can,
list?
Yeah. Certainly.
Then he should do it.
Oh, wait. Let me double-check something. It is a long rest. Feels bad, man.
Yeah, I knew it was. I was trying to...
Oh, my... You're such a rat, you.
We're trying to cheat. I can't believe it. Actual rat.
So Hegal watches, and once the man with the staff approaches, and the staff makes contact with the flesh of the abomination. You watch as the eyes of the spellcast...
Thanks, Echo.
Awesome. I forgot to use. I'm sorry.
The eyes of the spellcaster start to glow, and the staff begins to glow this same sort of hue of orange, and then the chest of the abomination begins to glow, and you watch as the 6 Zednians holding the abomination down, they start to they let go, almost like they're touching the top of a stove, like it's too hot to touch, and you watch as steam begins to billow out from the chest of the abomination, and then it turns towards the fortress, this abomination with this now glowing orange chest that is steaming with heat, and it starts to sprint full speed.
Focus everything on what we have on that one. As soon as it gets in range, everyone, the list, every able man, shoot that thing.
So, instantly the wall starts to scatter. The Optio is shouting, "Man, the ballistas! Everyone that's off duty, get the fuck off the wall!" And he's like shouting out orders.
Flipping back to my shoulder.
All right, Hedigal disappears back up onto your shoulder. 3 ballistas can shoot in that direction. So the second the thing enters within 300 feet, they'll begin to open fire. And we'll roll into a very rough initiative counter. 1 for the fort, which I'll represent with Optio, 1 with you guys, and then 1 for the abomination. And this thing is like full-on fucking sprinting full speed with a burning chest. All right, let's roll into initiative.
Oh, it's a bomb. Oh, fuck.
I think it's a bomb. It's a bomb. Like in my mind, it's like the fucking
Berserker
bomb in
and
Helm's Deep.
Helm's Deep. Yeah. We have the same brain. Was he? I don't actually remember how he did that. Was he like holding an explosive? No. They planted the
like
explosives and he
barrel.
ran into the torch, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. I thought it was something like that.
Are we rolling our initiative separately, or is
Yep.
Severus rolling it for all of us?
You're rolling it
Okay.
separately. I don't know if Severus will be able to do anything, but I'll give him the opportunity to.
Do many things.
All right.
Wonder
So
about-
first in the initiative. So we're gonna record distance because it's very. It's what?
Oh, sorry, my phone just randomly restarted itself. I'm very confused.
Spooky. Okay, we're gonna record distance because it's basically the critical component. So it starts 500 feet away. It is going to be moving 80 feet per round. I'm gonna add a movement or a distance, we'll say, tracker to the sheet.
Is it impossible to give us a battle map? Because
Yes.
I have some tricky stuff I want to do. Okay.
Unfortunately, yes. Just because
Okay,
it
well,
just seems
can I
wacky.
just explain what I want to do
Sure.
beforehand? Okay. It's not my turn though.
Okay. The Optio is going to tell everyone to prepare their weapons. The Crow Abomination is going to start sprinting forward full speed. It is now 420 feet away.
So what I want to do, he's moving 80 feet around. I want to drop my... He's going in a straight line. He doesn't seem
For
to
now.
give a shit about anything. Okay, for now. But when I want to... He's moving 80 feet?
Yeah.
Okay, so then I want to... When he gets at 100 what would he get to first? 420 minus 80 minus 80. Oh, God. Minus 80, minus 80. So when he gets to 100... Basically, I want to drop this so that when he ends his 80 feet, he's like just outside of the scope thing again. So I'm just holding my action for now.
Okay. Severus. I don't know what you can do here. What are you thinking?
I'm thinking that the range of a short bow is 80 feet.
Yeah. Yeah,
And
it is.
320 with disadvantage. But
Yeah.
yeah, fuck it. I'm starting to pepper at disadvantage.
All right, once he gets to 320, you can fire. It's currently at 420. All right, the Optio yells, "Hold!" And the Abomination, boom, 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 continues to bear down. Zednius, you're just holding?
Yeah.
Okay, Severus, it's still out of range. The Optio, still out of range. And then, boom, 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 it enters the 300-foot range. So, Zednius, you're waiting still?
Yeah. I have
All
to
right,
wait
now,
until...
now this is where the peppering arrows are going to begin. So, Severus, you can take a disadvantage attack.
Surely I have advantage because he's unaware of me as well, Kopka.
Lomao, no.
Okay, wait, no, Hedegal's not here.
Yeah, yes, he's with me though.
Yeah.
All right, your arrow sails across the field and plants into the dirt in front of the Abomination. And now I'm going to roll for the 3 ballistas. 3d20, anything above a 9 will hit. All 3 hit. Holy shit. Okay, the 3 ballista bolts, boom, 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 slam into the chest of the Abomination. It is instantly bloodied. Black bile spits out of its mouth. Even the bile, though, as it exits the mouth, is steaming with heat. And the Optio yells out, "Kill the fucking thing!" as it reaches 180 feet. You can now see that you thought just the chest was glowing, but the heat, you know, like when you put your thumb in front of a light, a flashlight, it glows red? That's what the eyes of this creature are like. There's so much internal heat and light that its entire face is almost glowing through. Zednius, it is at 180 feet, so you're just chilling?
I'm holding my action to when he gets to 120 feet, then I'm dropping the... No, when he gets to... Hold on. 120... When he gets to 150 feet.
Okay.
And then I'm dropping the area, so he's on the far edge of it. Do you know what I'm saying?
Sure.
Because it's a 30-foot
No,
radius.
I'm saying-
Yeah.
So, and it's a 120-foot range.
So
So I
he'll
drop
have to
it at the
spend one
farthest
turn in
point.
it.
He'll have to spend 1 turn in it, yes.
Okay. Severus, you can
And
take
then
another
he'll
disadvantage.
exit being like 20 feet away from it.
Yeah.
Let's go.
Pot shot. Phew, that
Hog
hits.
shot. There's no sneak attack though,
No.
but you know, better than nothing.
Yeah, the rest of the archers are being hold their
Non-magic.
fire. He's not trying to waste 60
In case
arrows
it's
on this one thing.
resistant.
All right. No, it is. I don't think it is. No, it's not. All right. The Optio yells out, "Fire!" And the ballistas fire. All miss. All scorpions strike the earth around the creature. And now the creature sprints to 100 feet. So this is where Zednius,
40,
you are
10.
casting your spell.
Well, he has to con save, yeah.
Okay, so he con saves as he sprints through the zone. Pass. No
Okay.
damage taken by single
Okay,
radiance.
and then now
now
it's
it's your
my
turn.
turn. I'm going to push him back into the zone. Attempt to.
Attempt to miss.
And we'll miss. But it's Hegel help?
Does the help action really work like that? I mean, yes, I think the answer is yes, it does work like that, and I think yes, he does get pushed back 10 feet. But man, that feels so cringe.
Yes.
Okay,
it
but
is what
that
it
doesn't
is.
crit. But a 17 will hit again, and he goes back into the thing for another con save.
Oh wait, alternatively, you can aid a friendly creature in attacking a creature within 5 feet of you. It doesn't work. The help action gives you advantage on. So what it reads word for word is, you can lend your aid to another creature in completion of a task. When you take the help action, they gain advantage on the next ability check. There's that. Then alternatively, you can aid a friendly creature in attacking a creature within 5 feet of you. Basically, distract the target so your ally can attack more effectively. That actually makes way more sense. So then you can't because it's a ranged attack. It's not within 5 feet of Petrichor. So it's just a 10.
New one.
Okay,
That's
the
what
second
the
one
rule
hits,
says.
though.
The second one does hit, though, and it pushes him back 10 feet, so he's still outside the zone.
Wait, no, he's in it still. He's in it still because it
No.
was.
You said
No,
you were
he's 100
casting it
feet away.
150 feet would be the edge of the radius,
Yes,
and it's a 20-foot radius?
and he's at 100 now, so he's still in it.
No.
It's
If the
it's
edge is
30 foot.
150, and it's a 20-foot radius, that means the diameter
Is
is
it 20?
40. So
Yes.
he would get pushed back from.
It's a 30-foot
100 to-
radius.
Oh, okay.
Well,
Yes,
that's
he is
sexy.
still
So
in
is that
it.
120?
Yeah, he's
So
still
is
in it.
that 100 and
Yeah, he's
It's
still in it.
from 150 all the way to 90, right?
yeah, it's 150 to
yeah.
90.
Yeah.
So
If
he's
it's
still in
30-foot radius, then yeah, he's in it. So yeah, you skid him backwards. He takes 11 damage, already subtracted. Severus, he is not in range of a normal shortbow yet.
But disadvantage, so
Yep, disadvantage. Good luck. Miss. The Optio yells,
-1.
"Fire! Fire! Fire!" And the ballistas fire outward. Only one strikes this time. 2d12. 15. It pierces through the side lung of the creature.
Bigly.
And now the entire bolt ignites in flame. The temperature is reaching such a high degree. In fact, the creature almost seems like he's like half stumbling as it runs forward, as the heat is starting to consume it. The creature runs within 30 feet of the wall now, so on the Optio's
but
turn,
it needs
all
to
the
make
archers
the
are
save
firing.
first.
Yeah. Oh
It
yeah,
needs to make the
save to
save
see if it
first.
can get there. No,
It does not.
Probably not. Yeah, 4d10 radiant. Let's see how much it is. All right. As the creature gets to the 90-foot mark, its eyes get blown out by the radiant energy, and then the creature stops in its track. Its legs stumble, it rolls, and its body begins to bubble and shift. And the Optio says, "Take cover!" And everyone takes covers behind the parapets, and then a deafening explosion echoes from the field. In total, because of all the different features of the Crow Abomination plus what was cast on it, that would have done 6d10 poison damage and 6d6 fire damage to all creatures within 30 feet, which likely would have destroyed the main gate and killed half the people on the wall within range.
Holy.
Instead, that massive detonation, including the infected sacks of the creature detonating across the field, sending infected bile for dozens of feet, all that happens at about the 90-foot mark in the middle of the field, instead of inside the fortress. And everyone takes a big old sigh of relief, and the besiegers return to their lines.
Nice.
It's quiet for a few moments, and then a
That
cheer
freaking
erupts
radiance
along
is
the wall.
Crazy.
Yeah. Cheers erupt along the wall. The Optio, congratulates the ballista crews. That first volley was incredible. They kind of fucked up tracking their targets after that, but hey, that first one was great. And, the Optio goes over to you, Zednius, and says,
I don't know how your magic works, but based on what I saw happen there, I think you saved us there. So,
Yes,
thank you.
I think so too.
And
Well, the ballista men also did a lot of work.
I know. They're gonna get some slightly better rations. We caught a couple rats in the larder.
Maybe after all of this is done, you could, I don't know, pay them an extra wage.
Oh, trust me, that
As a
wage would
bonus?
just be going into alcohol once we're out of this fort. I'm not stupid
I
enough to
mean-
give them cash.
Maybe not right away, but they could use it. They deserve it.
No.
How much
You
do they
guys-
get paid a month?
you're like, he's on the wall now. It's later in the day, maybe an hour after the incident. He says,
Well, they're conscripts.
Which is how much?
2 silver a week.
2 silver a week. That's 8 silver a month. By how many men are in this fort?
41.
41. And 100 silver, 1 gold, right? So
a what is a
41
one
times
gold?
8. 100 silver, right?
It's 1,000 pence,
'Cause it's-
so it's like, I don't know the math on that. Yeah, it's like 50 silver.
Oh, is it? Oh, I thought Electrum was 10. I thought you changed it.
No, Electrum
So
is
10
5
Electrum for
silver.
1 gold.
Yeah, 10 Electrum
Ah.
for 1 gold, yeah.
Okay, so it's 50 silver makes a gold.
Yeah.
So 8 times 35. 304 divided by 50. That's like 6 gold. How much money do I have?
They make 6 gold a year? Damn, they're getting paid big bucks. What
No,
the
that's
hell?
not per year. That's all of them in 1 month.
Oh. Yeah, that's pretty good. The thing is, you have to keep in mind, like, a farmer is
Like
making about 2
6.08
silver a
gold.
month, all told, after expenses, like, in terms of profit. So, they're not
Yeah.
getting paid poorly.
So I'll say it now in case I forget. I'll type it into chat as well.
Sure.
Once all of this is over, every soldier and on brackets or their next of kin in case of death will be paid 8 silver paid 8 additional silver from my personal pockets. There you go.
Okay. All right. Yeah, you can. I assume you spread this information.
Yes.
Yeah. The soldiers seem excited, and as evening comes down and people are eating dinner,
How many
there's
days has it been?
It's been about 3 days so far.
Okay.
There is a celebratory
basically-
spirit in the fort after today's successes. They've repelled the first assault. They killed a suicide bomber before it reached the fort. However, there's also another thought which has passed all throughout the fort. What if they did that exact same thing, but at nighttime? And that fear has resulted in, as evening comes, about 3/4 of the fort is still awake. Not all of them are on duty. Some of them are just lounging in doorways or just existing. But that fear has permeated the fort. Just the idea that coming out of the darkness, one of those ravenous creatures just flopping belly on the wall. And they saw that crater. They saw the fucking detonation. They saw the pus flying in all directions. And that could be them. So as evening falls, they are all awake. The Optio's awake. Even the Quaester's awake. What are you guys doing?
Okay, I've got a plan.
Okay.
The guy sleeps at night, right? The priest guy?
He seems to have a pretty normal circadian rhythm, yeah.
Okay. I need a short rest, so I can't do anything tonight, but
Okay.
Got an
Well then,
idea.
you sleep.
Can't you
And-
have Hedigal fuck with his sleep?
I can do that, yeah.
What do you want Hectagal to do?
Just wake him up like in the middle of the
just-
night.
How?
Fuck with his tent. Pull
Okay.
the strings off his tent.
So Hectagal's going to approach the guy's tent while he's in the middle of the night?
And the alarm is gonna come off.
I'm just asking a question. Are we committing to this line of reasoning?
Wait, I should be awake if Hegal's out there.
Yes.
I
So you
need to
can
get him
dismiss
out of
him.
there.
Okay,
That's
well
the issue.
then yeah, you need sleep. So
Yeah, he'll just spy.
okay, then
Wake
the
me
night
up if
goes
something
off
crazy happens.
without incident. No drums are played, no crows squawk, no horrific monster comes sprinting through the darkness with a flaming chest. And in the morning, everyone's exhausted. Most of the men stayed up. Even some of the family of the cloister, they've heard the stories about, the burning creature, and so they're awake as well. And Severus, you wake up nice and early around 7 o'clock. You're walking along the wall. The alcohol and fire moths have long since, run their course through the fort. There's just none left. So the men just seem on edge. They're like, when a raven lights on the wall, they're like stabbing it and skewering it through, and they're taking pot shots at ravens and nearby trees, just anything to burn off this nervous energy. And
I know it's not much, but I have, assuming the fort doesn't stock it, but I still have some coffee grounds I stole in a bag.
Yeah, you could. I mean, they don't get coffee on an island like this. Coffee is from a place called Al Sarah, and they are not connected to the trade networks with Al Sarah at all. So
Yeah,
you can introduce them to coffee.
Yeah, I don't know how much coffee grounds fit because I took as much as I could.
Yeah,
like into
if
like
you
one
have a full
pouch.
pocket full, you can probably make 2 or 3 full-on pots of it.
Yeah, so I'll make all of it into coffee and have it rationed out to the men in the morning.
Yeah, this is a luxury of like insane proportion. This is something that like a cloister could have access to, but no one else. And so they will pass the pot around in the early morning. You get the sense that when you first arrived in this fort, not only were most people ready to surrender, they were wondering why they're even doing this at all. But now victory and you seeming to actually care for them has bolstered their spirits, which is necessary because at around 10 o'clock, Severus, you and the Optio are at the gatehouse, overviewing defenses. Zennius is off reading a book. He's sort of like sitting on the parapet, just like reading this tome. Hadagal's God knows where. And you and the Optio are looking out, and you see that emerging from the sort of wooden and dirt fortifications of the besiegers is one of the humans, and he's waving a white flag. The Optio raises an eyebrow. He looks towards you. It looks like they've come to parley.
Oh, I'm not here.
That seems. I'll go wake up Zednius.
Zednius is awake. He's just reading a book. So you can go find him along the edge of the wall.
I'll go fetch Zednius, and I'll ask him if he could check if the guy has any magic on him. Make sure this is not some underhanded trick and he's going to blow up.
Do you want to leave the safety of the walls? He wants you to go check if the guy has magic on him.
I know, I just want you to flash your eyes.
Have I short rested yet?
Yes.
Okay.
His eyes
what's the range of your eyes? 30 feet?
Yeah, it's just detect magic.
So I guess I'll have him step.
I'll leave the safety of the walls. I can dimension door back in. It's not that big.
Also, you can like fly a bit.
Yeah, the flying is scary because I'll get swarmed.
Yeah, the story of this approaching person is spread, and about 80% of the guards are on duty. A couple are still sleeping in quiet corners. Even the quaestor has gone out to the balcony of the main tower to look out to the field. And the person's just sitting at about around the 300 feet away, just like waiting with a little white handkerchief. So you fly out down from the wall and walk over Zennius?
Yeah.
Okay, it's just you. You walk across the grassy plain. As you get closer, you can get more details of the person. He has black robes. He has a little silver mask across his face in the shape of a bird, sort of like a plague doctor, but not the lower half of it. His mouth is easily visible. He has sort of a stubble of a brown beard. He has several daggers at his side, 2 or 3. One of them looks to be ceremonial, and he has a tome on the right-hand side of his waist, held to his waist by a chain. And once you're about 60 feet away, he'll say, "Are you the representative?" And he says this in Mythos. "Are you the representative of this fort?"
Yes.
Well then, deliver this message to the defenders and the quaestor. We have found the names of those serving in the garrison.
We found 20 family members of theirs. They're currently being stored in our camp. If the fort surrenders, their families will be spared and returned to Varusia. If not, we will torture each of them, one by one, and display their bodies out here in this field.
Is it just this guy in front of me?
Just this guy. And the hundreds of ravens between you and the fort.
Yeah. And what is he saying? They have captives?
They have like 20 family members that are captives, that are family members of the people working at the
What do you want out of surrender?
Unconditional. You open the
gates. Will you let the people go? What do you want with the gates?
I see you've not done these sort of negotiations before. It's quite simple. You open your gates, you surrender your arms, you surrender control of the fort, and you enter into our custody of prisoners.
Like...
The man just, the guy just nods at you then and says, well, you'll deliver the message then?
Yes.
Good. We have nothing else to discuss. And he turns around and walks back towards the lights.
Can I insight? Is it too late?
Yeah, a little bit. You do have Hetagal in their camp still, though, so you can have him go roll around.
Oh, yeah. He would notice that, right?
Yeah, if you go ask Hetagal to look around the camp. They're a bit further away from the front line. So 500 feet away from the wall, you have the dirt and wood that forms the besieging lines. Then you have tents. And then about 200 feet past that, sure enough, there is what was once like a goat paddock, which would have stored like livestock, now has about 20 or so people in it, ranging from like a grandmother to a newly born child.
I mean, I really should have tried to cast suggestion on this guy to free them.
How would that have worked? There's just one guy.
Yeah, the one guy comes back and says they reinforcements are like, I just tell him what to tell the guy in charge and then free the people.
That maybe.
What about, you could have also just made him like, suggested him to tell us literally all he knows about the Force.
Well, either way, the arrangement, the conversation is done. The guy's well since re-entered the lines now. So
I'm returning. I'm relaying to Severus privately.
How are you doing that? Because when you float back onto the walls, the Optio and the other guards on duty, the 30 men are going to look up at you, expectantly waiting for you to translate.
The guards? No, I need to speak with the important people.
Okay. Yeah, you can indicate that, and you, the Optio, and the Quaestor, and of course Severus, can find yourselves in the Quaestor's office. The Quaestor is seated, the Optio is standing, and all 6 pairs of eyes, well, 8 if you count Hetagal, are glued onto you. No, Hetagal isn't here.
Well, Hetagal's still out there.
Yeah. So all 6 pairs of eyes in the room are glued onto you.
They've got hostages.
The Quaestor nods. To be expected, there will have to be sacrifices made in this siege. And
you shouldn't tell the men about it, right?
The
I don't think so.
Says, well, what are they going to do with them? What was the condition?
To surrender the fort.
Unconditional
surrender. They take us in as prisoners in their custody.
And what do they say they'll do to the hostages?
God damn it. Alzheimer's. They said they'll free them. I don't remember.
Torture and kill them, and then display them to our soldiers.
Oh, if we don't surrender, yeah.
Yes.
Is that
okay? Yeah. Once you say that, he'll say, "Well, then we can't lie to the men. They'll look out to the fields, recognize the people."
We could tell them it's illusions.
Yeah? Do you think they'll believe that after several days? Or when the rains come down and it doesn't adjust the illusions? Or when the family members scream out things that only they would know?
This is going to cost us a lot of men.
The Quaestor stands up. I don't really understand the concern here. They're soldiers. It is their duty to sacrifice for the Empire. Plus, their families are likely already going to die anyways. These monsters have been ruling over their city for practically a week. Who knows what Varusia looks like? It could just be
Yes, and
charnel
these
pits
men
and
have.
corpses.
Yes, but these men have been soldiers for about a week, so expecting them to be able to stomach the incredible loss that soldiers of your rank can withstand is
The Quaestor shakes his head.
naive.
You are judges of the Empire. I am a Quaestor of the Empire. He is an Optio of the Empire. That doesn't mean nothing. We're not going to surrender and give up 4 very powerful, important people for the sake of a couple of farmers that got lost and captured?
Naturally not. I'm just saying that our men are going to. There's going to be issues.
Well, offer them some additional pay then. You can open up the coffers.
I hope they'll do it.
The Optio doesn't say anything, but you can see on his expression he's like, that is not going to work. But he doesn't want to talk shit about the idea in front of the
He just
Quaestor.
doesn't give a fuck.
What if
Yeah.
I'm gonna whisper to Severus. Well, I'm gonna wait until I can get Severus alone.
Yeah, sure. I mean,
Just
once the meeting
commentary.
concludes, I mean, the Quaestor's given his order. Tell them, and then just offer them more pay. And so the Optio will nod. The Quaestor will head to get some sleep, or just go spend time with his family, which is safe and sound. And the Optio will leave to go inform the men.
Severus, they've only got the one man. I've got an idea.
What do you mean they've only got the one man?
The one man that causes the ritual to make that massive bomb, the one that seems to be in charge of all this stuff.
And
If we
what
can
would you
get me and you
suggest?
in there, assassinate him, and then get us back to safety.
How are we gonna do that?
Invisibly, get there, kill him, and then do.
But he has magical fortifications, does he not? Remember when
He's
you
got
tried
like
that shit
simple
with
alarm
Hidalgo?
spells.
Yeah, but
All he had was illusions and alarm spells, and now he's got a guard in his tent. I don't know how much longer we can just sit here and do nothing, right?
there's reinforcements coming. It's been how many days? 3?
At this
4?
point, it's been 4 days. No, actually, no, it was the 9th. So yeah, it's 4 days. 4 days. So she should be back any day now.
I believe in Renesmee. Let's wait. 1 more day.
All right.
You guys walk out of the tower, and you can overhear the Optio speaking.
The Empire is requesting a lot from you today. I don't know how, but those monsters out there have found out who some of you are. They didn't tell us who, but they have your families. They're going to kill them unless we surrender. If I'm to give my 2 cents, my guess is that almost everyone in Varusia is dead by now. You saw how those monsters behave, the types of things they do. Imagine if they had stormed our fort. You think you would have been taken prisoner? Like this is an actual battlefield? No, they would have butchered you to the last man. They're scared of us. That's why they're doing this. They know they can't take the fort via force, or they would have done it already. The Quaestor has approved increased pay for you all. And if you're having concerns about your mission, speak to me. I'm sure we can work something out. You just have to remember, there's no way this ends well for you. If you defect and join them, you'll just be another corpse for the carnal pits, maybe even devoured by one of those monsters out there.
And,
Can I speak up after he's done?
yeah, you can step on. He's just on a little stone platform speaking out to the men in the courtyard.
I'll just say to the men, and remember, the Empire takes care of its own, their own. I know this is extremely difficult, but you have to look at it realistically. Even if you personally give up, even if you got out there and defected, do you think you could look your family in the eye ever again? No, they wouldn't. They wouldn't leave. They wouldn't let them leave them alive. Your family is. I'm sorry to tell you, but your family's dead either way. no matter if you go out there and defect or not. So the best you can do to honor them and their sacrifices to the Empire is by standing your ground and fighting what the Empire stands for. We will not give in to these savages.
Yeah, at this point, it's just a straight up intimidation roll, because the question is, do they actually believe that they could ever surrender and get their families back? So, rather than basing it on your intimidation or the Optio's or Zednius's, because it's not really charisma, it's just more what they've experienced. And in total, they've experienced the besieging forces exclusively as monsters, basically.
Do we know that they turn people into those things?
I think you guys know
We've got
that.
a good assumption.
You have a guess,
Okay,
because
yeah,
their
we
soul
do.
is a human.
Very on top is, if we're prisoners, they're just going to turn us into those things.
You can
You've
say
seen
that,
them.
yeah.
See that?
Do we really want to?
I'm just going to base the intimidation roll off things they've witnessed. And what they've witnessed is exploding chest monsters, horrific mongrels, not good things. So it's going to be a d20 plus 4 to see how effective this is for the garrison. Either you can roll
Like if
it,
they
your choice.
blow up their own to be like rotten fire bombs, then
It's pretty,
think what they're
pretty
going to
grim.
do to you.
Yeah.
Rip.
Okay.
Fuck. Oh wait, that is a 7 out of 17. Fuck.
The men re-garrison the wall. No one's sleeping. No one can sleep. They're all wondering if it's going to be, their family member. Soldiers assemble on the wall. The Optio joins them. The Quaestor makes a rare appearance on the upper wall looking out towards the fields. And at around noon, the first person is dragged out to the field. It's grim. I mean, they're torturing and murdering these people in plain view of the fort. And every time it is someone's family member. However, with an 11, which is above 10, the simple fact is that they are dealing with monsters. And the fact that each one of these people is dragged out by a pair of Zednians led by the flesh sculpting guy with his magical rod, and, all these just... There's so many compounding factors to just confirm that there's no way this ever ends well. I mean, it's still like a world-destroying thing. The people whose family members are chosen, they rarely watch. They almost always go and weep in corners with friends and other soldiers comforting them. But the simple fact is that defection isn't really an option in this case. Maybe if they'd been more chill since the beginning, maybe if they'd attacked with humans instead of horrific monsters. But with all the assembled facts and what there's nothing to do but just witness it. For most of the men, it's like a grim car wreck. I mean, they don't want to look, but they need to know if it's one of their family members. So they'll remain there, watching throughout the day. What about the two of you? What are you guys up to?
How many people are so the main guy leaves the fort. What happens to everybody else that's still there?
What do you mean?
Just normal business?
What do you mean?
Because they said a main guy goes out with them to torture them.
Like necromancers, if they get too far away from their skeletons, the skeletons kind of go on autopilot. Do these people seem like they're on autopilot?
What people?
The Zednians and the mongrels and the big guys, they're all just normal. Okay.
Yep.
Yeah,
I mean, they communicate with spoken word. Yeah.
I don't think they're undead.
No, but
Or controlled
it felt like there was a couple similarities. I was just double checking.
Yeah, no, that's a fair point. Yeah, the flesh sculptor being away from the rest of the army doesn't seem to impact its behavior. And he personally
How far
sees
away
too.
is a flesh sculptor from the rest?
He's never that far. I mean, he's like 20 feet in front of the nearest guards, and they assume that there'd be some sort of breakout attempt, so they have several humans, a pro abomination, and a couple of mongrels waiting, within less than... They could get over there in less than a couple seconds. Also to accept surrenders if anyone surrenders. So...
Why don't we make our surrenders?
You could try. I mean, around now, they've gotten through about 8 people, each one of them horrifically tortured and then placed on poles.
Oh god. So Zednius, do you have any family members out there?
Jesus.
Are you do you think they have any of our family members? I don't think they have any of mine.
There's no chance that these low-life waste.
Yeah, they drag out Tullius.
Well, obviously they don't have Tullius. Let's not be ridiculous.
Who else is there?
Okay, I wasn't sure if you had family beyond Tullius. Never really talked much about that.
Yeah, the Optio, after like the ninth person, the Optio just, he's sick of looking at it. So he goes off to comfort the men that have gone off.
Is the
to
Optio family
mourn.
outside?
Doesn't seem like it. There's about 41 men in the garrison. Obviously, now it's 39 since a couple died, but there's about 39 men in the garrison, and there's only 20 people. So clearly, and one guy lost a significant number of people. So it's not like one per every person in the garrison. It must have just been who they were able to like find family members of. So the Optio didn't lose anyone. Obviously, the
Wait, you
Quaestor
said
did.
like one of them lost a significant amount of people?
He lost three family members.
I put that guy on suicide watch.
Already done.
Like, unironically.
Yeah, already done. Yeah, it was a grandmother, a wife, and a daughter. By the end of it all, the day has burned away, and there are 20 corpses placed on poles across the field. It's a pretty grim sight. Most men either end their watch early, or they just stick to the left side of the fort, or they just man their ballista and try to not look at it. There's nothing really to be said. Etagal remains there watching them, like the corpses, well after the last person's been tortured. It's, Zednius, he doesn't seem particularly revolted by this all, just observing. And the sun lowers, the day comes to an end, and the watch of the night begins. Are you guys staying up?
Sure.
Okay. You patrol the wall. The Optio informs you that if anyone is going to defect, it's likely going to be tonight. Just because during the day, in front of all your friends, it's hard. But when you're sitting there, laying in your bed, like thinking about it, that's the time where people are likely to try to escape through the gate. So he assigned several guards to the gate, and you guys just patrol the walls. And it is deadly silent tonight.
What's going on in the camp?
You go through Hetagal's perspective, and it seems like they're packing up their tents.
What?
Like leaving or
it doesn't look like they're leaving, but they're getting ready to leave. Yeah, like they're not going to leave tonight, but they are like packing up tents. They're packing up siege equipment. They're starting to tear down some of the defensive fortifications.
They seem to be preparing for an assault.
No,
yeah, that's what I'm trying to figure out.
It seems like they're getting ready to leave. Even the ladders are like being hooked up and broken into smaller things that'll be easier to carry.
Oh, interesting.
That's great news.
Do you share this, Zednius, or do you keep it to yourself?
What about, are all the hostages dead, or are they keeping the hostages?
No, all 20 have already been killed and placed in the field.
Yeah, I need to share this, because if anyone wants to defect, it's already, like, we've already won, I think.
Okay, so how do you just go find the Optio?
Yeah.
Yeah, you find the Optio leaning over the wall. You can see that this has been designated as like the vomiting corner, sort of impromptu. 20 feet below, down at the grass, it's like just gross filth, layered filth. And he like wiping his mouth, and he looks over. Lord Judge.
Looks like they're packing up their tents, breaking down their ladders.
What do you mean?
All the hostages are dead. They may be retreating. They've got no leverage now, and I don't think they can take the assault.
Stop. Why would they do that? Are you sure you saw it right?
I'm going to roll my eyes back again, come right back. Yeah, that's what I'm looking at.
They outnumber us 4-1. They have spellcasters. They have an endless horde of ravens. Why would they leave us now? That doesn't make any sense.
Well, I'll keep my eyes out there, but it for the rest of the night, but it seems like that's what's happening.
Wait, am I asleep?
No, you're awake. You said you're patrolling the walls, so you're probably just like trailing behind Zednius as he's talking to Constantine.
So I want to say then, well, it must mean that maybe your reinforcements are arriving, Renesmee is returning, and they realize they can't
That could be it. Where would she be coming from? Is there any way we can confirm that? If I could tell the men that, maybe we could even sally
probably the river.
Probably south on the river.
He walks with you guys to the southwestern edge of the fort, and squints out into the darkness. You guys join him, squinting as best as you can. As far as you can tell, it's just trees and then ocean, and you can't really see much further in the darkness. You don't see any sails or like the silhouette of a boat or like little lanterns or in the distance or anything like that.
Zed, do you think you could have Hetagal posted in a way that he can take an occasional glance in that direction? And I said that
very far from where he is right now.
Just the occasional glance south. Not like moving all the way
Yeah,
to
if he's
the
on
other
the
side of
south
the forge.
edge, I'll tell him to look south a little bit further.
Yeah, in
Yeah.
terms of long scale reconnaissance, Hetagal isn't any better than you guys. He can only see 120 feet. That's not far at all.
Well, I can't see fuck all.
Yeah, true. Yeah, it's a little bit better, I guess. But yeah, he'll glance to the south. He sees no distant sails. And the Optio shakes his head.
No, I think if we can't see the reinforcements, then it means they can't. So it's probably not that. Probably some sort of trick. We'll wait to tell the men until they've actually left. Maybe they're trying to get us to leave the walls, go pillage their campsite.
Good call. Let's stay on alert for now.
How
But let's
apart
be
are the
hopefully
ladders
optimistic.
that they're how like are they really breaking them down or are they like
No, they're just basically the ladders are put together. They make these long 20-foot stringers and then they put handholds in between each of them. They're just basically, and the handholds were held together by screws. Like this is a pretty advanced, nails. This is a pretty advanced construction. All they're doing now is just popping out the nails. So they have a bunch of rungs and then they have these long stringers. So they're separating them. So it's not like this could easily be rebuilt in less than an hour, probably.
Okay, then yeah, I don't want to get our hopes up in that case because they might know
Okay.
that I'm spying.
The night carries on, and around midnight, you guys get some shut-eye. You let yourself dream. Severus, you remember, the quiet streets of that little town, that shithole little countryside village that you'll never have to return to again.
If anything changes, I want to be woken up though.
Of course.
By Hegel.
Zednius, you dream of Nasius and your time spent in the streets, and around you get woken up, Zednius. It's just someone's like shaking your shoulder. You look up, you see one of the men of the garrison. You don't particularly recognize him individually, but he's shaking your shoulder.
Lord Judge, something weird's happening inside.
Oh?
It's not worth raising the alarm bells over, but the Optio said
With
we
our
should
men
wake you up.
or the mongrels?
Neither. It's the fog, sir.
I'll come outside.
Oh,
And Severus, you experience something similar. The two of you guys make your way out of this small little sleeping area and head out to the outside. And joining them on the wall, you instantly spot what's strange. From the north, there is a huge fog front rolling in. But the fog is green in its coloration.
Oh no.
And it's so
What's that
dense,
mean?
so insanely thick, you can't see anything. There's been fog on the island the entire time, and it's always limited visibility, but nothing like this. And not only that, there is strange noise coming from the direction of the fog. It's, as far as you can tell, it spans the horizon, as far as you can see, and it sounds like clinking, like or maybe the horses, or just these ephemeral, almost ethereal, almost illusionary noises drifting from the north. And not the whole garrison has been woken up. They don't know what the fuck this is, so they're not going to raise the alarm bell. But the Optio, the Quaestor, and maybe all the garrison that's awake, except for one or two guys, are on the north wall looking in the distance at this fog. It's around 3 in the
How far
morning.
is this?
Well, it's about half a mile away. And as you guys join him on the wall, the Optio glances over.
Morning, judges. Have you ever seen anything like this? Yeah, I know you're the wizarding types.
Very small scale. I've
How
seen people
big is this
make
fog?
gaseous clouds.
It spans the
but
horizon.
This is
So that's huge.
Yeah.
Like omega big.
if this is caused by magic, it's either a lot of spellcasters or incredibly powerful spellcasters. Either way, if this is a problem.
Well, what is it? Is it just fog? The noises are
Could be
freaking
gas.
out the men.
It could be gas, it could be an
if
illusion
it's-
as well.
If it's a stinking cloud, then they would have to have several casters cast it, right? Which way is the wind blowing? South?
You hold up your hand, and it's rolling in from the north, same as the fog.
Makes sense.
I
Certainly,
don't
does
know if
Hiddegal
it's
need
a
to
stinking
breathe?
cloud. It would be Hegel is immune to poison. Or he's immune to the poison condition. I don't know if he's immune to poison.
He's not immune to poison damage, he's just immune to the condition.
Does he need to breathe though?
No, he's immune to poison as well.
Oh, he is? Okay.
Poison damage, yeah.
Yeah, but what if it's not poison? Does he need to breathe?
Does he? I don't know the answer to that.
No, he doesn't. He's previously just chilled in the Mackay Swamp for long periods when you guys were doing the whole ritual thing, so no, he doesn't.
Yeah.
Oh, underwater. Okay.
Good call. So, could he check it out? Or do
Yeah,
you
he
think
should
it's
do
risky?
that. He needs to go and see, because it's got to be some kind of like stronger stinking cloud, because there's no way it would hold together this long otherwise.
Yeah, Hetegal begins to roll away, and slowly over the course of maybe 20 minutes, he's rolling in this direction. He's not the fastest thing in the world. He can sprint if he wants to, but by default, he moves pretty slowly. And a couple people are waking their like friends up to come look at this, and you hear these sounds coming out of it. And again, it's like you'll hear a war horn, but it's just there for like a second, and then it fades away. These like ethereal sort of drifting sounds. And then, through Hetegal's perspective, he gets within visual range, so he can now see the cloud up close. He instantly snarls.
I cannot.
What is it?
A ritual.
Do we need to leave the fort?
As long as you remain on Gela Isle, there is no avoiding it.
Do we go inside, close all the windows?
That would be wise. There will be no attacks. This is the work of the Thousand-Faced King.
What does this do?
I don't know, but we need to... I'm going to come back and tell everyone we need to get everyone inside now. Close all the windows, board them up.
Yeah, he asks no questions. He orders men awakened, and rather than using the small little shacks, which are leaky as hell, you guys crowd into the central keep. It is not designed to hold 40 people. There's a reason you haven't been sleeping in it. But if the alternative is ... then they will do it. And so you guys all crowd into the previous home of the Quaestor. The living room is filled with 20 soldiers. The bathroom is filled with 2 more. All the windows are boarded up. The walls are essentially surrendered. If an assault came now, it would be over. You, along with the Quaestor and the Optio, crowd into the upper room. And as you're doing so, the Optio says, "Well, Lord Judge, they'll be hammering those things, but what is it going to do to us if it gets in?"
Wait. Do we still have the goats?
Mm-mm.
Both dead?
No. They were eaten.
Okay. Too bad. I was hoping that we could have one of them outside, and if we hear it stop making noise, it's dead. To make sure.
That would be wise. The Optio sort of says, after you mention that idea, the Optio says, "Quaestor, your daughter has a cat, right?" And the Quaestor looks at him and says,
God.
"No, absolutely not. We're not going to surrender Kibbles to the fog."
Kibbles! No.
Now, I'd support the Optio's question. Lord Judge, why are we going inside? We've surrendered the walls.
There will be no attack tonight. This gas will affect even them. That's why I think they're
This
packed up and
gas,
left.
it just looks like fog.
It's not. It's much stronger. It's dangerous. You saw the color of it. It's not natural.
I mean, the Quaestor doesn't know magic, neither do the Optio, so they'll take your word on it. There is no glass windows. Those would be weak points. There are several areas, though, where there are arrow slits, which are filled up with wooden boards and other things. Soon enough, you have no vision of the outside, except for through Hetegal's perspective, because he is slowly moving southward as the fog does. He seems to be looking into it and seeing something that, when you look through his perspective, you see nothing, but he seems to be deeply intrigued by this fog. Eventually, though, he'll roll up into the fort, and he will worm his way through some of the boards at the main entrance.
What did you see in there? Was it the Thousand-Faced King?
He will stay silent until, you and him, you go to a bathroom, and he climbs up onto your lap.
Well, we can telepathically do it.
I know, he doesn't want to. He wants to just be you and him, You get into the lavatory, he climbs up onto your lap and mentally says to you,
The boundary between the Thousand-Faced King's realm and yours is being perforated. The barrier is being dissolved. That is what the fog is.
So we're going to end up in his realm?
Or he will come here.
Will the boarding up of the walls help? Is this going to happen no matter what we do?
The only way to stop it fully will be to prevent the ritual. This is just the first symptom of a deeper illness.
Do we know where it's coming from? Up north, I suppose.
Once we see the realm of souls, we will see the past, and the dead, and the magical.
Do you think the Makai have anything to do with this? You said they're shamans who are of the Thousand Face.
There are many of the Thousand-Faced King who know nothing of their affiliation. So perhaps, but unlikely.
Do you think Renesmee has something to do with it? He spoke with her, didn't he?
Yeah, Hedegal doesn't have an opinion.
Okay.
He just doesn't know. All he knows is that it comes from the north.
Well, I mean, if there's nothing we can do to prevent it, this is the first symptom. I'm not going to tell them that.
Yeah, there's nothing to prevent this symptom, the fog, but the overall ritual, that can likely be prevented.
Is the symptom actually is the fog actually deadly, or is it just a visual thing?
Hedegal doesn't. All he will say is that
The realm of souls will become visible.
If we go to stop the ritual, we need to go north. Can we go through the fog safely, or are we going to perish by simply just walking into it?
Hedegal said what he said. He doesn't have any other.
Yeah, I think that
Fucking
it won't
bozo.
kill us going into it, because we're going to get hit by this fog no matter what. I don't think.
Unless we leave the island, I guess.
But I think he would be more urgent about
Disappearance of
getting off the
Gather
island
Island.
if he knew I was going to die. That's what I think.
Yeah, he said what he said. That's what he's got. Slowly the fog bears down. And it's pretty obvious when it hits the fort, because instantly small little tendrils of mist flood into the... not most of it's prevented, but these little wisps occasionally waft underneath the door into the dining room, and soldiers almost like try to stamp on the fog with their foot, like that'll do something. And then you begin to hear noises outside. You hear the clopping of hooves and voices in a strange tongue that you don't understand. And then you hear what sounds almost like a battle taking place outside. Metal clashing against metal. Leoptio holds his fingers up to his lips, to indicate silence from the men inside of the dining room, and looks towards you with wide eyes, waiting, like, what should they do? What do you guys got for them? What do you do?
Stay vigilant.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't think we can do much about this.
Fair enough. Well, as the fog bears down on the fort, the green mist envelops everything around you, and these strange happenings begin. That is where we're going to end the session. You're on the same day as Peach now.
Okay.
Where's Peach?
What did you do with
Somewhere.
Lars and Maximus? Did they just did they
They're
do
about 2
stuff?
days ahead.
or-
Yeah, they did tons of stuff. They're about 2 days ahead of you guys. Next session will be next week. It'll be everyone. Dodo will be playing a different character for the start of the session. Ethan
Why?
will just be...
he
it'll
die?
make sense. No, he didn't die. Yeah, he'll just be playing a different character for the start of the session. We'll step out, since now the audience will have seen what happened prior. I'll just get you guys clued up, just because you might as well. Last session, Renesmee did contact the proper authorities. She got a ship called the Warspite commissioned to do this mission. It had 50 men and 2 spellcasters, but preparing the mission took about 2 days. So then she left immediately and traveled to the island, and she saw this green mist encompassing everything. When she went into the mist, there were dead men who didn't know they were dead. So next session, we'll be picking up with Renesmee to start with until she finds you guys. Then maybe you'll find Lars and Max, and all that matters now is that you have to go north and hopefully stop the ritual. But I'll be honest, you guys made it out of this way better than I thought you would. Only 2 casualties in 5 days of siege.
From weak guys.
All 2 casualties and, like, the rest
Oh,
are
and 20
extremely
family
One
trained.
guy got less than
Yeah.
10 HP, and the other guy got hit by a blind guy. You know?
Yeah. Okay, it was a really good roll. You would have gotten hit by that, bozo.
No, I wouldn't.
It was a 19.
Yeah, I have a 20 AC.
What the fuck? Okay, well, Severus would have gotten hit
Shields.
by that.
I would have, yeah. I'm 18
Anyways,
AC.
yeah, so next week we'll pick up with Renesmee, the Warspite, and the whole Imperial Relief Force. You guys survived the siege of Fort Varus.
I
Congratulations.
think we did pretty well.
I think you did
We
quite
stopped
well.
the
Yeah.
suicide bomb.
I think the biggest thing was building morale. You easily could have had over half the fort defect if you hadn't built up morale over the course of like every single day. Every day you did something to help the people trust you or reward them. Or
I felt so fucking vindicated when I remember stealing those coffee grounds and like, you can just buy coffee everywhere. Nobody gives a shit about this. I'm like, holy shit, this coffee, this was so fucking worth it.
It was, yeah, it was a rare luxury. That was one of the, I'm not going to say that's the big thing, but it definitely helped. Yeah, if you guys had just chilled and done nothing other than protect the fort for 4 days, they definitely would have defected 100%.
And
well,
your silence casting to protect the morale.
Yeah, all of it just helped towards this this wider goal. Because I basically had it written down that if you did literally nothing to help them, 40% would have defected, which functionally would have they would have assaulted then, and then you would have had 20 men to defend against. I mean, almost everything. So that would have been a really tough fight. Yeah, if you had had like a mass defection, they would have just assaulted the fort. Because at that point, you couldn't even have held the whole wall, much less like against their entire force. So that would have been a crazy fight, but you avoided it because you actually cared about the men and kept the morale up. So, yeah, that's all. Damn, good job, guys. WWW.
Didn't have to worry about the water.
Yeah, you guys get some XP for this. Yeah, the invisible bucket strats. Rather than giving you XP for enemies slain, because again, there's so much like avoided encounters in here and stuff, I'm just going to sum up this whole event and give each of you 5,000 XP.
I think I leveled up.
Well, if you did, make sure to do it.
do
Oh,
we?
no, not until you get a long rest, but you'll level up soon enough. But yeah, 5,000 XP for each of you.
Let me check.
30. Oh, no. Wait. I'm at
34k is level up.
Then,
Okay,
yeah,
I
you
leveled
guys
up,
both
yeah.
level up.
level 8.
Now,
That's
you
a
can't,
level up,
you
yeah?
can't do it until you get a long rest, so probably not until after this arc is over. But,
No, I'm starting
Big.
it right now.
what?
Good luck,
No,
guys.
you can't do it.
Dark.
No. You can't just wait for a week while ritual to destroy the island is happening. No.
Let me just check what my class gets level 8.
It's
It
just,
should be ability score.
Well, you're just, it's just ASI.
Yeah.
Oh, that's huge.
Huge.
I already
Alright.
have my
I'm gonna
main
take
stat
a.
at
I
20,
probably
and
want to
EFP.
take a feed. So I'll have to talk about it to you whether it's. But
Alright,
that's in
sounds good.
future because I'm not even gonna level up for like a few sessions.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna start
100%.
looking at feats.
All right. Well, I will see you guys next week. For stream watchers, I think that in Europe it's a little bit goofy. The time is it's different because of daylight savings. But
Well, I think
beyond
it
that-
changes on Sunday. I think it
Oh,
changes.
okay. Then it'll
Yeah.
be fixed
So
again.
today was like an hour early for you folks because we didn't have daylight saving set. But next week it's just your usual 11:30 p.m.
Yeah. Next week is it's a asterisk. We may have a session, maybe not. I'm doing a pretty big test that day, but 2 weeks from now, absolutely. So either next
What are you
week or the week
testing?
after. My writing skills to get into my
shit.
major. Yeah, it's exciting. Yeah, next week maybe. 2 weeks from now, definitely. I'll see you guys then, and for stream you.